Good morning, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our honorable premier who has joined virtually, members of the Executive Council. Honorable Ditlabela, I missed you in the sitting. I was complaining to say since you were the MEC, I never saw you physically. I'm happy that you are here today. I know that you always join virtually, but I missed you so much. And I was even excited to meet you in person yesterday. You know, it's my duty to meet with MECs. As my chair of CPA, you are now the MEC. I've met all the MECs, but you are the only one that I always met virtually. But let me acknowledge all the MECs, all the chairpersons, the chief whip, deputy chief whip, leaders of political parties, members of the provincial legislature, the citizens of Gauteng. Thank you very much. You are all welcome. Thank you. Colleagues, we have received only it's apologies. Honorable Lofman, who is on leave until the end of December. All 11 EFF members who had to attend an urgent party business, they can't even join virtually. They've logged in, but that's the apology that I receive. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. On announcement, honorable members, it is said to announce the passing of our former member, Ms. Nompintla Po. I remember last week we got news that she was hospitalized and unfortunately she couldn't make it. We pass our condolences to her family, friends, and all those that were close to her. The funeral details will be sent in terms of the specifics, but she will be buried on Sunday. In Vanderbiljpark. But for those that would love to visit the family, we'll also circulate the information as well to all members. And honorable members, today it's the World AIDS Day. We want to urge our honorable members to remember and even pray or even do programs to remember all those that are affected and affected directly and indirectly. But also let's continue to raise awareness on the HIV and AIDS sketch. We have seen a report that our country is doing well to ensure that those that are affected directly receive medication, and want to thank our country for actually doing that. The other announcement, colleagues, were requested by ICT to request all members that have received the old laptops to resend them back to ICT so that you can get the new laptops. And the deadline is the 7th of December to do that. But if you want to keep the old one, there's a form that is circulating for you to sign, for you to keep that old laptop. So please make it a point that you get in touch with ICT for that. Those are my only announcement. Is there a member who wants to do an announcement? Oh, I thought Honorable Fuchs was doing an announcement. Honorable Bakubela. The announcement. Oh, it's Maile, okay. The office said the chief whip. Okay.
Yeah, no, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to all the members. Yesterday, there were by-elections in different parts of the country. And there's a ward in the municipality of Mirafong, Ward 4, that the ANC has lost in 2021 elections to an independent. an independent who used to be our member and unfortunately passed on. May his soul rest in peace. But we are happy to announce today that the people of that ward have reaffirmed the ANC and we have reclaimed the ward, which brings stability in that municipality. So I want to congratulate the ANC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me remind honorable members that eating is not allowed in the sitting. We only drink water that is provided by the legislature, because if you bring your own water, it means you must first check what is in that water. Yeah. So, Honorable Baile, I saw the cup, and when I asked the team as to what is in the cup, they said, no, it's hot water. So if that has been verified, that it is really hot water, we'll bear with you. Yeah. Because we don't want members to start behaving in a different fashion today. I know that you slept in the early hours of this morning, so that's why I suspected that maybe something was not okay. But thank you very much. Colleagues, if there are no announcements...
Madam Speaker, do you think it's coffee? Do you think it's coffee?
Well, I don't think so, because I don't think first I asked people to investigate and tell me exactly so that I speak on the facts. So they told me that it's hot water. Okay, if there are no other announcement, colleagues, in terms of motion without notice, in terms of Rule 120, we don't have any because we just concluded our programming committee. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79 sub 1, we don't have any. A member statement in terms of Rule 81 subsection 1, Honorable du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Interesting enough, my member statement is on Merafong. Service delivery, especially refuse collection and provision of electrical supply in the Merafong City local municipality is on the verge of collapse. In the past few weeks, over 30 households in the small mining town of Welverdien and Kutsong have been without power as the town is continuously struck with cable theft and power outages due to heavy weather. Some have been without power for 2 weeks, while some have been without power for up to 8 weeks. Our residents are left in the dark, literally and figuratively, as in this municipality does not provide any public communication about the status of these power outages. The residents in this community have submitted multiple reports through the various channels of communication of the municipality, with little to no transparent communication provided from the municipality whatsoever on the status of progress of the energy crisis that's facing these two towns. On the other hand, refuse collection in Carletonville and Welverdien is also in crisis mode. Refuse collection in Carletonville has ground to a halt, with only one truck on the road. This has caused rubbish to pile up in the streets, causing potential health hazards to the surrounding neighbourhoods. The Merafong local municipality has to date not provided the public with any plan of action to resolve this issue. The various excuses given by the municipality as to why it has failed to collect refuse in Carletonville in the past couple of weeks, with some suburbs having no refuse collection for weeks on end, are not acceptable. The alleged reasons include that there are issues about the contracts of the refuse removal vehicles as the trucks are hired, which is causing the failures in refuse removal. Another alleged reason given by the acting manager of solid waste management is that the trucks are in for maintenance and that the mechanics due to constant breakdowns. An additional reason given is that the refuse removal employees are on strike due to overtime issues. There are so many excuses provided that we don't know which one to believe. And this is not the first time these issues have persisted. In February, Welverdien sat without power for nearly 3 weeks on end with very little public communication from the Merafong City local municipality. And regarding refuse removal, this has been an ongoing issue throughout the course of this year. These ongoing issues can no longer be ignored. It's quite clear that the Merafong local municipality is not fully fulfilling its mandate, as rate-paying residents are not getting the services they pay for. Thank you.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance strongly opposes the proposal for gender-neutral bathrooms in schools, which will require male and female learners to share access to the same toilet facilities. The DA's firm view that gender-neutral bathrooms violate the rights of thousands of learners who prefer separate toilet facilities for males and females. In a country where rape and sexual assault are rife, girls need the protection of single-sex facilities. Instead, this government should be focusing on providing safe toilets for all learners. I was personally on oversight inspection in the Eastern Cape, where ECD centres had to use pit toilets, and a child fell and drowned in that pit toilet. I personally witnessed dirty, smelly, and unhygienic toilets that were not properly and regularly cleaned by the municipalities, and the feces overflowed these toilets. This is the legacy of the ANC government, which many of our children are facing. This government must focus on eradicating pit toilets across this country. This will ensure the dignity and the basic human rights of all children are protected, and that learners continue to use separate toilet facilities. The DA will continue to advocate for the health rights of all, especially the vulnerable, children, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities. The DA is unambiguously clear on this position. We do not support gender-neutral bathrooms and feel that school governing bodies are best placed to resolve such sensitive matters at school level. I thank you.
And you call yourself a Liberal Party?
That concludes member statement. The next item is a motion in terms of Rule 121. I want to check if is there a member who wants to give a motion in terms of Rule 121. There is none. Thank you very much. Can I request the Secretary to read the first order?
Thank you, Speaker. The first order of the day is the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of E-Government for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm going to take part of the report that I don't read as read. In terms of the strategic priorities, the department has set targets to realize outcomes in response to Provincial Priority 1, which aims to build a capable, ethical and developmental state, and Priority 2, which drives economic transformation and job creation. The Portfolio Committee is of the view that the department is achieving its strategic objectives through the development of various e-services, publishing of open data sets, providing identified sites with LAN, WAN, as well as Wi-Fi, capacitating GPG staff on digital platforms, and providing the necessary ICT skills development programs to people. For quarter 2, the department reported having set 30 targets and achieved 18 of those targets, constituting 60% of the performance measures achieved. The Portfolio Committee noted the reasons provided for underachievement and welcomes the department's mitigating endeavours. The department reported 88% of the budget expenditure for the quarter, which brings the under-expenditure to 12%, contributing to the vacant-funded posts, delayed implementation of projects, low procurement spend on companies owned by military veterans, and the COJ debit offsets against prior overbilling. The Portfolio Committee noted the reasons provided for the under-expenditure and will continue to engage the department to resolve the challenges. In terms of the committee findings, or the underperformance due to the contract impasse with CETA, ineffective contract management that has a negative impact on service delivery, and ultimately Moving to the recommendations, the department should conclude the service level agreements with SETA and formalize service contracts. A written response detailing the progress on the conclusion of the service level agreement with SETA should be submitted by the 30th of the 1st, 2023. In terms of the acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends its gratitude to the Honourable MEC and his department, appreciation and diligence for the diligence, dedication and commitment shown by the new members of this Portfolio Committee. They know themselves. I don't want to waste too much time. And the committee's gratitude also goes to the support staff. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules, the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, as well as the E-Government Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Gov for the 2022-2023 financial year and recommends its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. I now put is there a seconder for the motion, for the report? Honorable Mukhale.
Speaker, I rise to second.
Honorable Mukhale seconding. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Tau. Honorable Tau. Can you check if Honorable Tau has joined the meeting? Yeah, he is in the meeting. Honorable Tau, Chief Whip, can you help me? Just to check. Honorable Mayile, can you leave Honorable Makubela to assist me to get the Honorable Member? Maybe I should ask you, Honorable Tiyaga.
Just asked us to send the link to this email. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So we're just doing
Okay. Apparently, I think he can't hear us. We're going to send a new link for him. He just sent a message. But can you go to the next item so that we don't have to waste a lot of time while we're sorting him out? Thank you. 3. Oh yeah, 4, because both, yeah, it's done.
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 4 is the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report for the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Modise.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I hope I'm audible.
You are.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we request that parts of this presentation not read be considered as read, and the report will focus on introduction, committee concerns, committee recommendations.
Honorable Modise, can we see your face?
Okay. Where's the video? Can you see me, Speaker?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Like I said, the report will cover 5 portions, which is introduction, committee concerns, committee recommendations, acknowledgements, and adoption. On introduction, this report has been developed in accordance with the sector oversight model, the GPL Committee's oversight and accountability framework, as part of the GPL project on standardization of oversight, accountability, and reporting in Gauteng. It further outlines the macro assessment, which looks at the overall performance of the department, and the micro assessment, which focuses on program by program performance. This is done to determine if there is a balance between the department inputs, outputs, and outcomes. The committee approach this focus on whether the department plan output had been achieved and whether the allocated funds have been effectively and efficiently utilized to ensure value for money. The assessment forms part of the oversight work that is continuously carried out by the committee to evaluate implementation of programs against the set targets and expenditure for the period under review. The committee findings or concerns. The committee is concerned that on Program 1, that targets related to the procurement of budget allocated to military veterans-owned companies were not achieved, that there was no alignment between the budget spent and the targets achieved under the quarter under review. Committee is concerned that targets related to procurement of budget allocated to youth-owned enterprises were not achieved, that targets related to procurement of budget allocated to people with disability and their companies were not achieved. On Program 2, the committee is concerned that there's a slow progress in completion of Finetown Clinic, Gekane Start Clinic, Mandisa Shikreka Clinic, Zone 17 Sebokeng Clinic. The recommendation of the committee are such that based on the information set out, as well as the committee concerns, the committee therefore recommends as follows: that the department to submit a progress report specifying measures in place in ensuring that the targets related to procurement channel towards military veterans. That report should be sent by 7th of February 2023. The department initiate measures that will ensure that there's alignment between the input and output in terms of targets achieved against budget, same as the first one in terms of dates, or rather all of these are the same date. The department to submit their progress report specify measures put in place in ensuring that targets related to procurement channel towards people living with disability companies are achieved. The department to submit the progress report specify measures in place and ensuring that targets related to budget allocated to youth-owned enterprise are achieved. Both Departments of Health and Department of Infrastructure Development to initiate more in ensuring that the following projects are completed before the end of the current financial year: Finetown Clinic, Gekane Start Clinic, Mandisa Shikreka Clinic, and Zone 17 Sebokeng Clinic. In acknowledgement, the chairperson acknowledge. We'd like to thank the MEC, Lebogang Maile, HOD of the department and the entire executive for their consideration of this report. We also want to thank all members of the committee, including the committee staff. In terms of, in adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee of Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee second quarter report for the 2022-23 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Fuchs seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order? I think you'll alert me when Honorable Dawu is ready to present.
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 5 is the Transport Logistics Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Shiman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department and its entities contributed to 2 provincial strategic priorities, namely Priority 1, building a capable, ethical and developmental state, and Priority 2, economic transformation and job creation. According to the department, this was achieved through payment of 100% of service providers within 30 days, 41% of the department's discretionary procurement spend directed towards township suppliers. They continued with the construction of road projects, wherein work is estimated to be at 34% of completion on the K46, which is the William Nicol expansion, at 5% completion of the R82 Phase 2, at 53% completion on the K73 between Woodmead and Allendale Drive, and at 50% completion of the K101 from Olifantsfontein to the N1 in Brakfontein. Stakeholder engagements on the Gautrain Extension Phase 1 have commenced. The Transport Authority Gauteng was able to develop the first draft of the Provincial Land Transport Framework, which has been finalised for publication for public comments, whilst the procurement process for the appointment of the service provider for the review of the integrated ITMP 25, should I say, has been completed, and the appointment is expected to be finalised by November 2022. In relation to the achievement of service delivery targets, the committee noted that of the 20 annual performance plan targets applicable for the period under review, the department achieved 16 outputs, which equates to 80%. The Gautrain Management Agency achieved 24 of the 24 planned targets, which obviously equates to 100%, whilst the G-Fleet managed to achieve 4 out of the 5 planned targets, which equates to 80%. And the committee welcomes the improvement in the achievement of planned targets by the department and its entities, particularly G-Fleet. However, the committee noted that the department and entities have also planned a number of targets, annual targets, and the committee would urge that there is a need for provision of progress reports on a quarterly basis on the work done under the set annual targets. In relation to expenditure in the quarter, the committee noted that the department managed to spend 21% of its budget for the quarter under review across all programs, whilst G-Fleet spent 22% of its budget. The committee noted that most of the department's programs, except the Gautrain, recorded slow expenditure during the quarter under review. The committee further noted that due to the slow expenditure, the department has also anticipated utilising the adjustment budget process to review its budget allocation and surrender funds where spending may not be realised. The committee would urge the department to focus on resolving challenges affecting implementation of planned service delivery targets before engaging on the surrendering of funds, as it is a reflection of poor planning. On the non-financial performance programme, the committee noted that the department and its entities continue to face challenges with the implementation of planned targets, particularly infrastructure projects. The main areas of non-achievement of annual performance plan targets were mainly due to the 4 projects that remain interdicted, namely the K148, P122, the K56 and the K60, as well as the delays in the awarding of outsourced routine maintenance projects. The committee is deeply concerned over the continued delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects, particularly those that are ongoing and interdicted, and the impact exacted on current road users and provincial budget estimates. On targets not achieved, the committee noted that the department and entities have adopted a number of measures to address non-achievement, and these include continuous internal budget management processes and discussions, as well as the strengthening of the Transport Infrastructure House, the inclusion of online platforms with the capacity to monitor the daily work of contractors to improve service delivery. The committee is deeply concerned over the continued delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects, those that are ongoing and interdicted, and the impact, as I've said previously, on road users and the provincial budget estimates. The committee noted that it is concerning that the department continued to face the same persisting issues that have been there in previous financial years. Taking into consideration the above, the committee will continue to raise these issues with the department to ensure that measures are put in place to deal with pending issues as a matter of urgency. In relation to the committee's concerns, with respect to the approval of the new organisational structure, the committee is concerned over the delays in the approval process, as the structure is still to be submitted to the National Department of Public Service and Administration for approval, and the impact this delay continues to exact on the appointment of senior management and technical staff to execute planned service delivery targets. With respect to infrastructure projects, the committee is concerned over the status of infrastructure projects which fall under the Transport Infrastructure House, noting that the department has contracted the services of a company called Hatch for a period of 3 years to assist in the implementation of infrastructure projects. With respect to the approval of the Transport Authority Gauteng application for the remuneration of officials, The committee is deeply concerned over the delays in the approval of the submission for the application on remuneration, allowances, benefits, and other terms and conditions of appointment of the Transport Authority Gauteng officials, since the board has long been appointed, but there are no officials except the Office of CEO who are employed to execute the decisions of the board. With respect to the collection of revenue from licensing centres, the committee is concerned over the delays in the surrender of default payments by concerned municipalities. In terms of recommendations, the following recommendations have been made by the committee. One, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the approval of the new organisational structure costing by Provincial Treasury and submission to the National Department of Public Service Administration for approval. Two, that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the contract terms for the appointment of Hatch Consulting Company. The report should also include the amount, scope of work to be done, expenditure for work done, and benefits to be derived from the contract in the short and long-term period. That the department and TAG should provide the committee with a detailed report on the approval of application on the remuneration, allowances, benefits, and other terms and conditions of appointment of TAG officials. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the surrender of remaining balances of default revenue by the City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, and West Rand municipalities for the quarter under review. And these reports are due on the 3rd of February 2023. I'd like to thank the MEC, the HOD, and officials for their participation and cooperation in this process. I would also like to thank all honourable members of the committee for their participation and also for the support and work provided by the committee support team. In terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, or as it's now known, the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, the Gautrain Management Agency, and G-Fleet's second quarterly performance report for 2022-2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Honourable du Plessis seconding. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. All not in favour say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you go back to order number 2?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 2 is the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honourable Tau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the indulgence. My apologies, I've had IT problems. May I switch off my camera?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Please consider the parts that are not read to be read. The purpose of this second quarter report is to provide a summary of programs undertaken by the GPT from July to September 2022. The department's quarterly report provides progress reports that specify achievements against key performance targets for the period under review. The purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the GPT second quarter report, inclusive of the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, is to monitor and assess the GPT's performance as reported in the quarterly performance report. In assessing quarterly performance, the committee considers both financial and non-financial performance against set targets and expenditure patterns. The sector oversight model states that in-year monitoring through quarterly reports provide the committee with the information needed to monitor effective program implementation. The evaluation of the GPT's second quarter performance report of 22-23 financial year depicts a satisfactory state of affairs, with 23 of the 25 performance targets achieved and 38% of the total appropriated budget spent. The quarterly budget expenditure is slightly lower than the 50% straight line projection. However, it compares favorably with the 92nd annual performance plan's achievement. As at the end of the second quarter, administration program achieved 3 out of 5 planned performance targets. The performance target pertains to the attainment of an unqualified audit outcome percentage of supplier payments paid within 30 days after receipt of valid invoices, and submission of a report to Office of the Premier to monitor the implementation of the GOD program. On the other hand, under this program, GPT was unable to conduct workshops and or training to promote awareness on transformation agenda matters. It was stated that the quoted price for the facilitation of the workshop was higher than the amount budgeted. Hence, the procurement process had to be restarted. GPT also planned to appoint 50% of women at senior management service levels. However, 48% of women were appointed at this level. The rationale for the deviation is that in the second quarter, one female SMS member left the organization. Expenditure for this program stood at 77% of the appropriated funds for the period under review, and 41% cumulatively. Of the 4 performance targets placed under Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program, all performance targets were achieved. The performance target concerns consolidating and submitting 3 in-year monitoring reports for departments to National Treasury, consolidating and submitting 10 in-year monitoring reports for entities to National Treasury, completing and submitting 100% of assessment reports of the submitted planning documents to the departments before prescribed legislative timeframe, and ascertaining that cash disbursements to departments do not exceed appropriation. This program expended 70% of the funds appropriated during the quarter of 40 of the total appropriation. Of the 23 performance targets applicable to GFA for the period under review, 20 performance targets were achieved, or 87% APP achievement. The areas of underperformance relate to the failure to complete a feasibility study for one project, failure to release one bankable project to the market, and failure to conclude financial close for one project. The actual expenditure for the quarter stood at 93% and 44% year to date. Likewise, the financial governance program had 2 performance targets earmarked for this quarter, and all performance targets were achieved. The performance targets were associated with producing one departmental 30-day supplier payment compliance report and producing one report on supplier invoices submitted electronically. This program spent 80% of the budget allocated for the second quarter and 38% progressively. In the same vein, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Program achieved all the 8 performance targets planned for the quarter under review. The performance targets also relate to producing supply chain management compliance register for departments, producing supply chain management compliance register for entities, producing a report of 30% spent on township suppliers, including those participating in high-value contracts, producing a report on subcontracted contracts captured on the SAP system by GPG departments, producing a report on monitoring implementation of the open tender process by departments, and producing one report on the monitoring implementation of procurement plans by departments. Finally, this program exceeded the performance target linked to the number of training workshops provided to Gauteng township-based suppliers. The program managed to spend 79% of funds requisitioned during the quarter, or 38% of the main appropriation. The Municipal Finance Governance Program also achieved all 4 planned performance targets, albeit with pockets of overperformance. The performance targets referred to conducting 8 compliance assessment reports on MFMA on delegated municipalities, conducting assessments on 8 draft budgets for delegated municipalities, and providing 2 structured and targeted capacity building initiatives to municipalities in the province. Of significance, GPT planned to conduct 5 intergovernmental relations engagements with relevant stakeholders, and 9 engagements were conducted. This program expended 51% of the funds allocated for this quarter and 25% of the main appropriation, making the least expenditure of all programs. The 2 performance targets planned under Gauteng Audit Services Program were achieved. The performance target is about compiling 19 annual internal control assessments and ensuring 50% of internal audit recommendations are tracked as implemented at departments and trading entities. On the contrary, 100% of internal audit recommendations are tracked as implemented at departments and trading entities, thereby surpassing the target. The expenditure of the program stood at 80% for the quarter and 39% year to date. The Portfolio Committee noted that neither GPT nor GIFA reflected on any major strategic risks nor requests for intervention with respect to their APPs or budget and/or quarter performance report in their reports. With regards to findings and concerns, the committee is concerned about the slow progress of GIFA projects through the project development phases, sometimes characterized by regression. Furthermore, the committee is concerned about the bankability of GIFA projects, as failure to secure funding is symptomatic of poor bankability of projects. And the committee is concerned about the extent to which the department complies with BBBEE code regarding enterprise development, which seem to hamper the actualization of a reasonable percentage on spent on township supplies. And the committee is further concerned about the slow pace at which the GPT is filling funded vacant posts, despite the undertaking that there is a strategy to address same. On the recommendations, first recommendation that GIFA should devise and submit a strategy on how it intends to fast-track the delivery of projects within a reasonable time frame, notwithstanding dependencies on other stakeholders. The GIFA report about the level of involvement of lenders in ensuring the bankability of projects to circumvent challenges pertaining to bankability at the penultimate stage of projects, and that the GPT should report about the extent to which they comply with the BBBEE code regarding enterprise and supplier development, which could be instrumental in addressing bottlenecks regarding poor percentage spent on township suppliers. And lastly, that GPT should provide a progress report regarding the implementation of a strategy to fill in funded posts. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC, the Head of Department, the CEO of GIFA, and members of
Honorable Tau, as I move to
adoption, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the second quarter performance report on the GPT for 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 22-23 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Randall seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
The next order is the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Financial Performance Report, as tabled by the GPT, affords the Finance Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the financial position and monitor the financial performance of GPT departments for the quarter under review. Excuse me. Furthermore, the tabling of the GPT quarter financial performance report ensures that the GPT departments are accountable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through the Finance Portfolio Committee. As at the end of the second quarter, DPG departments requisitioned 73.21 billion rand, or 47.8% of the appropriated total budget. Provincial receipts arising from provincial equitable share, conditional grants, and own revenue amounts to 60 billion rand, 13.7 billion rand, and 3.1 billion rand respectively. It is worth noting that revenue collection as per the main appropriation for the 22-23 financial year was projected at 7.25 billion. However, as at the end of the second quarter, 3.1 billion or 43.3% was collected, thereby under collecting by 487 million or 6.7% as per the straight line budget projections. During the quarter under review, the overall GPG expenditure amounted to 73 billion or 48% of the total appropriation. The collective expenditure of most departments is equal and greater than 45% of their final appropriation, apart from the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation at 34%. Provincial Treasury at 38%, and Roads and Transport and E-Government both at 39%. Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development at 41%, and Community Safety also at 41%. Departments advanced a variety of reasons for their unimpressive rate of expenditure, ranging from slow supply chain processes and slow filling of funded vacant posts. Despite the slow expenditure, there is high probability that most departments will break even at the end of the financial year, except the Departments of Health, Infrastructure Development, Community Safety, and the Office of the Premier, which projects an overspend of 333 million rand collectively. Of importance, in terms of economic classification, personnel costs accounts for 48.3% of the main appropriation for compensation of employees. Most departments spend between 40% and 50%, while slow spending was recorded under SACR, Economic Development at 38%, Treasury at 38.3%, and Community Safety at 41%. On the other hand, total expenditure for goods and services amounts to 15.9 billion or 46% of the main appropriation. While some goods and services items display the likelihood to underspend, medical supplies, medicines, laboratory services, property payments, and operating leases show the tendency to overspend. Of the main appropriation of 12.3 billion for infrastructure projects, expenditure of 4.8 billion or 39% was realized as at the end of the second quarter. It is worth noting that 94% or 11.6 billion of this budget is shared between the Departments of Human Settlements, Roads and Transport, Health and Education, while 6% or 703 million is shared between DD, SACR, Social Development, DID, and GDAT. Of this amount, most departments performed equal and greater than 30%, apart from DD at 6%, DID at 27%, and Roads and Transport at 28%. Regarding conditional grants, the overall performance for most departments at the end of the second quarter was equal and greater than 43%. Apart from agriculture and rural development, infrastructure development, roads, transport, and sports, arts, and culture, which recorded expenditure of 10%, 25%, 31%, and 3% respectively. GPG spent 11.5 billion or 43% of the main appropriation of 26.5 billion for conditional grants. The financial performance of GPG departments has improved slightly despite the lifting of the Disaster Management Act and its attendant lockdown restrictions brought. The Portfolio Committee will continue to closely monitor the financial performance of GPG departments for any significant deviations. The committee is concerned about the following: with regards to economic development, poor performance with regards to infrastructure spend. On roads and transport, that there were fraud incidences pertaining to motor vehicle licensing, renewals estimated at 3 billion nationally, whilst 1.45 billion is attributed to Gauteng. But the department will surrender 1.2 billion to the National Treasury during the budget adjustment process, of which 802 million is under conditional grants, and the poor performance of the Departments of Roads and Transport with regards to infrastructure spend. On social development, that spending is, my apologies, it's on sports, arts and culture. The spending is low across the board, and there will not be any improvement in the short term except for transfers to municipalities where expenditure will be increased. The poor performance of the department regarding infrastructure spend, and on the provincial treasury, that the utilization of surrender of funds during the budget adjustment process is suggestive of same being used as a remedial measure. And with regards to infrastructure development, the poor performance of the department regarding infrastructure spend. After assessing the GPG state of finances, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requests responses by 13 January 2023. Economic development, the department should provide proof of how it will improve the infrastructure expenditure supported by procurement plans. Roads and transport, that the department should develop and submit a strategy on how it intends circumventing fraud pertaining to motor vehicle licenses. That the department should provide a report highlighting how it intends circumventing persistent under expenditure on conditional grants and the impact thereof on service delivery, and that the department should provide proof of how it will improve the infrastructure expenditure supported by procurement plans. Sports, arts, culture, and recreation, that the department should provide cogent reasons pertaining to its perennial under expenditure and how it could be prevented, and that the department should provide proof of how it will improve on infrastructure expenditure supported by procurement plans. With regards to treasury, should develop a strategy to dissuade departments from surrendering funds, as it presupposes that the surrender of funds during the budget adjustment process is a panacea for poor planning. And with regards to infrastructure development, the department should provide proof of how it will improve on infrastructure expenditure supported by procurement plans. The committee extends gratitude to the MEC Mamabolo, the head of Department of Treasury, Ms. Mnyani, for their cooperation during consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the second quarter report on the GPG state of finances for the 22-23 financial year process goes to all members of the Finance Committee. And these are Dr. Dikhamela, Dr. Masuku, Mr. P. Atkinson, Honorable Randall, Honorable Robinson, Honorable Badenhorst, Honorable Mazwi, and Honorable Telang. The committee also extends gratitude to members of staff, and I'll not read the names at this stage given time. And after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the oversight report on the second quarter GPG state of finances for 22-23 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter GPG state of finances for the 22-23 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Speaker, I wish to second the report. Thank you.
Honorable Randall seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 6 is the Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Matsake.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, I'll be tabling the second quarterly report for the year 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Speaker, may I request the part of the report that I will not be reading be considered as read by the Hybrid Committee. In terms of the summary, Madam Speaker, on economic transformation and job creation, strategic priority, the committee observed that 100% of service providers were paid within 15 days. However, the committee noted with concern that SMMEs within the Winterveld hub were not paid within 30 days by the city of Tshwane. The committee finds this as unacceptable as it impacts negatively on the SMMEs and their sustainability. On departmental and entity APP achievements, the department realized 56.52%, which represents 13 of the 23 sets targets, whilst the entities attained 76 out of 105 planned targets. The committee views this as unacceptable, as entities are the core of service delivery, and these entities are key in unlocking potential jobs and are positioned to play an active role in the economy. Going forward, the department should ensure that plans to mitigate the non-achievement of targets are in place and ensure that the attainment of targets, and in this regard, the committee will continue to scrutinize the work undertaken by all the departmental entities. On the financial performance, the committee noted that the department budgeted an amount of 563,007,000 and an amount of 505,737,000 was spent, which translates to the spending of 89.83% of the allocated budget. I will therefore move to committee concerns. The committee therefore is concerned with the following. The committee is concerned with the underspending within the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone for internal bus services. The committee is concerned about the non-attainment of planned targets within the department and entities. The committee is concerned about the 3 cross-border industrial parks to be transferred to the Gauteng province, including existing and non-operational industrial hubs. The committee is concerned about the non-payment of SMMEs within the Winterveld Industrial Hub. Therefore, the committee recommends the following. The first recommendation, the department should ensure that the transfers in allocation made to the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone is spent accordingly. Underspending by this entity is not condoned by the committee, and it is in this regard that Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone should report to the committee monthly on its expenditure, including progress made. Number 2, going forward, the department should develop plans to remedy the non-achievement of targets, as the non-attainment of targets by entities seems to be a trend, noting in the previous quarter the entities failed to attain all such targets. Therefore, a report on the mitigation plan should be submitted. The department should furnish the committee with an industrial park strategy and implementation plan that will have emphasis on investor attraction, management options to ensure sustainability of SMMEs for these industrial hubs. The strategy should also focus on the cross-border industrial hubs, namely Babelegi, Ikandastria, and Garankuwa, with respect to their implementation. The department should ensure that SMMEs within Winterveld are paid within 30 days by the city of Tshwane. All these recommendations should be responded by the department by the 31st of March 2023. On acknowledgements, I would like to appreciate all members of the committee for their commitments during the oversight process, and as well as MEC Motara and officials of the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during the deliberations. Appreciation also goes to the whole staff of the committee. And in terms of adoption, after due consideration, the economic development portfolio committee anonymously adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development second quarterly performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 117 subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends that the adoption of the Committee's Oversight Report on the Gauteng Economic Development second quarterly report be adopted by the House. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second Honorable Adams, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Adams seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no.
Yes.
The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 7 is the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Kekane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can you please excuse my voice, and I would request that I switch off my camera. Madam Speaker, can I request the House to consider parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read? On the executive summary, Madam Speaker, the committee noted that the department spent 211,979,000 of the quota appropriation of 293,065,000, which is the equivalent of 72.3% of budget for the quarter. The administration program spent 66,911,000, and of the 63,469,000, which is a 105.4% of quota budget. The Agriculture and Rural Development Program spent 71,117,000 of the 147,012,000, which is a 48.37%. And the Environmental Affairs Program spent 73,951,000 of the 82,584,000, which is an 89.5%. The year-to-date effect of budget utilization means that it is only the administration and environmental affairs programs that have spent their budgets to levels commensurate with this stage in the budget cycle. The Agriculture and Rural Development Program could only record year-to-date levels equivalent to 29% when they should be at 50% at this stage. The department achieved 80% of its APP targets in the quarter and still battles with delivering on targets related to the delivery of infrastructure projects as a result of procurement challenges related to supply chain management. The committee further noted that the department's performance in the previous financial year was hampered by various challenges that impacted on their service delivery mandate, and it is important to ensure that these are given the necessary attention so that the delivery of services is enhanced. These include the Infrastructure Delivery Management System, the IDMS, related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. The committee continues to encourage the department to ensure that the service delivery mandate is achieved. The committee continues to note with concern on the various capital-funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year and over the medium-term expenditure framework period have run for a long period without completion. Oversight on the public involvement through other public engagements held throughout the year under review. The following challenges have been raised by stakeholders: the lack of support for farming activities in the province, drought and water challenges and shortage, poor quality of infrastructure development, especially the poultry structures, no opportunities for emerging farmers created to gain access into formal markets, lack of accessibility of tractors to farmers, lack of proper housing for farmers, lack of mentorship and development for emerging farmers, learnerships within the department, lack of access to tools, tractors, inputs, and machinery, and finally, the lack of land ownership, as well as delays in the granting of lease agreements for agricultural purposes by municipalities. Stakeholders also urge the department to empower extension officers through further training and capacity building workshops on all commodities. The committee acknowledges that the department responded to the submissions by acknowledging matters raised and committed to addressing the issues. Furthermore, the committee, in its continuous role of overseeing the department's performance, will ensure that the department makes progress on issues raised. On findings and committee concerns, the committee is concerned with the following. With respect to the TEPO 1 million program regarding township economy revitalization strategy, the committee is concerned with the underachievement and implementation thereof. And with respect to program performance, specifically program 2 and 3, the committee has a major concern with the failure to align its budget with its planned targets, as under expenditure is continuously observed in agriculture and rural development and environmental affairs program. And with respect to the project management, the committee is concerned with the lack of completing capital funded projects and spending in goods and services due to tender processes that are being implemented through the open tender system. And finally, with respect to project management, the committee is concerned with the infrastructure delivery management system related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends the following, and these recommendations are to be, the responses should be, reports should be received by the 31st of January 2023. And they are as follows. The department must provide a comprehensive quarterly report on the implementation of the township economy revitalization to support their planned targets of 40% on township spending. And the department should also provide monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on the progress of how planned targets are achieved and the budget is spent on the planned projects. The department should also provide a feedback report or plan on how GBSA will implement capital funded projects and completion dates. And finally, the department must provide a feedback report or plan on intervention processes that will address the IDMS challenges. Moreover, if there's alternative methods that can assist with this IDMS process. And further recommendations, which are additional recommendations, the department must provide progress report on the restructuring process of the supply chain management unit and also address the findings by the Auditor General that relates to irregular expenditure in the 2016-17 and 17-18 financial years. And provide progress report on the poor implementation of annual procurement plans, ineffective and inefficient implementation of SCM processes, which highly affect service delivery, causing underspending by cancellation of some tenders and the delays in the tender processes. And finally, the progress report on the under expenditure incurred on conditional grants. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC for Social Development and Agriculture, Rural and Rural Development, Ms. Mbali Hlophe, the head of department, Ms. Kasela, and her team of officials. And I also further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, who are Honorable Mpapa Kanyani, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Miller, Honorable Engelbrecht, and Honorable Chitangalo. Further appreciation goes to the alternate members, namely Honorable Mazwi and Honorable Dos Santos. It is also an honor to lead such a hardworking team, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee likes to express appreciation for the contribution by the support staff of the Portfolio Committee. On adoption, after due consideration, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2022-23 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, The Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2022-23 financial year and recommends its adoption. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Kanyile.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Honorable Kanyile seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 8 is the debate on the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Honorable Mokhalli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the legislature. Madam Speaker, the ANC commitment to transformative science, technology and innovation policy expressed in the resolution adopted at different conferences. Similarly, the 54th National Conference of the ANC resolved that a focused process be set up between government departments to coordinate and harmonize policies and initiatives, especially those related to STI, to encourage and support innovation. Innovation is a critical catalyst in the development of South Africa. The spin-off for the technology-driven government processes is improved service delivery. It is within that context that Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, calls for a democratic government of South Africa to adopt an interventionist approach to resolve socio-economic condition of the people. Madam Speaker, research shows that innovation is responsible for up to 85% of all economic growth. The 2019 ANC election manifesto put more emphasis in building a social compact on infrastructure investment to unlock economic opportunities for our people. To this end, the core mandate of the Department of eGov is to modernize the public services by rolling out and maintaining the Gauteng broadband network project with the aim to promote service delivery efficiencies for Gauteng provincial government and community centers. Madam Speaker, the ANC-led democratic government understands the importance of the connection between public participation, accountability, and service delivery. Therefore, the GNB project will go a long way in improving the connectivity between various government departments and entities, and more importantly, improving interface between government and the people of Gauteng province. Similarly, the 94th National Conference of the ANC noted that the ANC state transformation agenda entails building a legitimate state that serves the interests of the overwhelming majority, which is based on a democratic constitution, constitution. Madam Speaker, the people are governing. For the year under review, the department was allocated an amount of 1.5 million administration, ICT shared services and human resource services programs accordingly. The department spent 1.3 million, which translates to 90.6% of the allocation. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that for the year under review, the department has achieved a clean audit. Madam Speaker, it is important to mention that the department has achieved 80% of its target for administration program. The achieved target include paying suppliers within 15 days of the receipt of invoices, spending 12% above a target of procurement spent on township economy, 19% above target on women-owned companies, spending 5% of the procurement budget on companies owned by people living with disabilities. This augurs well socio-economic transformation agenda spearheaded by the ANC. Madam Speaker, information, communication technology shared services program, which is the core function of the department, was allocated 1.1 million and spent 1 million of the allocated amount, translating to 92.2% spending. The program has a total of 29 indicators and fully achieved most of the targets. The new e-services, which are pre-screening applications, were developed to benefit and support all municipalities and GPG department in response to COVID-19. Furthermore, the department has developed and implementing policies that govern ICT in the province. Budget monitoring is crucial for government to be able to enforce accountability related to spending. The financial and operational that were developed and approved for implementation as part of the budget processes can be implemented for the benefit of the people, The following budget expenditure milestones were achieved. Transfers and subsidies spent 100% of the budget. Capital payments and attained 92% spending, and the department generated revenue total to 743,000 on the 21-22 financial year. Madam Speaker, the department is well on track to achieve its core mandate of modernizing the public service for the benefit of all Gauteng people. I therefore thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to address the August House of this Gauteng province. Thank you very much.
Honorable Diache.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. eGov is the one department that should be leading the Gauteng government into the 5th industrial revolution. But here we are, still peddling in the infancy stage of the 4th industrial revolution. The Gauteng Department of eGov should have been working with municipalities to facilitate and coordinate the rollout of broadband across the province instead of waiting for all to do its own thing. Even on this side of the House, we must acknowledge that this department achieved 30 of its 33 KPIs, and that is commendable. But were those targets set to meet, or are they set to achieve the NDP 2030's ICT vision? Being ICT infrastructure by 2030 will underpin the development of a dynamic information society and knowledge economy that is more inclusive and prosperous. The medium-term objectives were also not met, and here I want to focus on the target to have 100% of broadband in all schools, health facilities, similar institutions to be connected, and individual citizens have affordable access to information and services. The department must be assessed based on the NDP objectives and not the easier departmental scorecard. Madam Speaker, we can safely say that government is not on track to achieve the NDP 2030 ICT vision. Furthermore, eGov was not successful in the 2015-2020 objectives and only achieved in one aspect, and that is the online registration for learner applications. In the digital space, eGov is behind in rolling out broadband to the many communities that are still being excluded. And if COVID-19 taught us one thing, it should have been the importance of access and connectivity to bridge the growing divide between the haves and the have-not. I'm afraid for this, even the other side can no longer blame the evil past, but must accept accountability for learners being left behind. Over the past couple of months, the DA members of Community Safety visited most of the police stations in the province. None of them have access to internet, making the lives of the detectives to cross-reference in an environment where connectivity is key in solving cases impossible. The importance of eGov to stimulate the ICT economy through facilitating incubation and innovation while encouraging public-private partnership is undeniably an important objective. Failing to implement eGov as a tool to keep database for job seekers, qualified artisans and young entrepreneurs in the province is invaluable at a time where the unemployment rate is above 43%. Broadband network is the first step in a data-centric world whereby critical data that should be informing trends and that could prevent or at least inform us of another pandemic looming in the health system. Data that is often permanently lost as it appears in data centers and files and stiffies and CDs and words, stacked in misfiled cupboards and left in a corner in the clinic where patient information is now permanently lost, and all because eGov failed to digitize the health system. Madam Speaker, I want to plead to the MEC, Khumalo, that while we commend the 30 out of 33 KPIs being met, where space and innovation are critical, the department should be chasing on the expansion of innovative thinkers that can bridge the digital divide and not audit outcomes, but connectivity, information technology, things that matters and that will bridge the digital divide. I thank you.
Honourable Atkinson.
Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Department of E-Government should be fulfilling a crucial role in a province and a country on the verge of adopting fourth industrial revolution technologies. This is the only dedicated e-government department in the country, located in the most urbanized province in South Africa. With high levels of digital connection through cell phones, Gauteng residents are well placed to be at the forefront of a proper rollout of e-government in all spheres of government and everyday life. Looking at the annual report of the department, we see that some of its key performance indicators require IT training for a few thousand Gauteng residents, while some township residents are specifically targeted for a transfer of IT skills. Taking a look at what this department can achieve with its KPIs, a few thousand residents would benefit in a province of nearly 14 million people. The ambitions of this department are actually quite limited when one considers that it should be at the forefront of rolling out e-government for all residents. However, the one issue that the department deals with that has a big impact on all Gauteng residents is the rolling out of the Gauteng broadband network. An efficiently rolled out broadband network is a prerequisite to an efficient e-government landscape. A successfully completed GBN rollout will have significant implications for many of our residents, greatly assisting them in the search for jobs and access to efficient portals for e-learning both locally and overseas, amongst other services. As a first step towards putting a good province-wide e-government strategy in place, the department needs to take a much closer look at best practices in places such as Estonia, Finland and Sweden, who all run state-of-the-art e-government landscapes. The basis of the offer to their residents in these countries is a digital ID through which the individual can gain access to all online services on offer. As mentioned earlier, high levels of cell phone connectivity in Gauteng mean that residents would be able to access these services over their phones using digital IDs. Fully rolled out e-government in Gauteng would provide our people with a speedier, efficient and more democratic result where no one individual would be favoured over the other. Gauteng, with its digitally well-connected urbanised population, could set the example to the rest of the country with the rollout of the comprehensive e-service platform. The President has made much of the arrival of the fourth industrial revolution in South Africa, when in truth, most government services on offer still are reminiscent of the second industrial revolution. In Gauteng, the only serious headway in the rollout of e-government has been in the Department of Education, which provides learners and parents with an online portal to register their preferences for schools and subsequent allocation to those schools at the beginning of each academic year. We have also seen progress in online processing of invoices in some departments that have sped up payment times in many instances to less than 15 days, which has been a huge advantage to small business. The Department of E-Government in Gauteng needs to start making plans with all Gauteng departments on the rollout of e-government, using global best practice to maximize how much of their business can be conducted online. Whatever is created for our new provincial e-government systems, it is vital that these interface with municipal systems being run in the different Gauteng municipalities to ensure the efficient operation of government. The Department of E-Government has achieved a clean audit and achieves most of its KPIs, as explained in their annual report. What the DA would like to see is a department with much more ambitious goals to serve the residents of Gauteng. We would like to see a department that is guided by global best practice to spearhead a fourth industrial revolution-inspired drive towards a much more comprehensive online Gauteng government. Gauteng has the capacity to lead the way in South Africa in the proper rollout of digital e-government and should start planning to achieve that without delay. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Premier in absentia, my fellow colleagues in the Executive, the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to table the 2021-22 annual report for the Gauteng Department of E-Government and to highlight some of the key achievements of the department for the financial year under review. In terms of achievement, Madam Speaker and members of the House, during the 2021-22 financial year, the Department of E-Gov continued to drive the modernization of Gauteng provincial government services, and the department overall expenditure was at 90.6% of the total budget allocated for the financial year. In terms of non-financials, in terms of performance information, the department achieves 91% of its performance measures across all planned programs. There were 33 performance measures planned for the financial year under review, and 30 of the 33 performance measures were achieved. The underachieved was in 3 performance measures, namely 2 performance measures were not achieved in Program 1. In terms of Program 1, indicators not achieved, percentage of procurement spent on companies owned by military veterans. Reason for this, the military veterans database was not validated. The department has engaged with Gauteng Treasury, the Office of the Premier, and the Gauteng Legislature on the database and list of military veterans. The department will increase the utilization of military veteran service providers in the new financial year. In terms of the percentage of military veterans recruited, there was no system in place, Madam Speaker, to identify military veterans, and there are no military veteran personnel in the department. The department has engaged with the Gauteng Treasury, the Office of the Premier, and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the database and list of military veterans. The department has advertised positions with clauses that indicating that department is also targeting military veterans. In terms of ICT shared services, the number of sites provided with land, the local network, which was one of the areas where we did not perform. The target was not achieved due to delays relating to having access to sites, conducting assessment of sites, and acquisition of material. The sites were completed in April 2022. Honourable members, insofar as Gauteng broadbanding is concerned, during the financial period under review, the department continued to invest in the rollout of the Gauteng broadband network. The department provided with wide area network connectivity to 31 sites and local area network connectivity to 46 sites across the province. We take the point, Madam Speaker, insofar as working with local government is concerned, particularly around the issues of way leaves, which seems to be free for all at the local government level. This was to ensure that more GPG sites had end-to-end connectivity to continue the reduction of telephone costs for GPG department and entities. The department provided voice over all internet protocol VoLP to 17 sites. The department upgraded 2 core nodes on the network, and the internet bandwidth increased to 10 megabytes. This ensured better network speed and the ability of upload and download material faster. Madam Speaker, the investment in township economic revitalization is a significant vehicle towards poverty alleviation and job creation. To embrace the opportunities presented by the 4IR, the department focused on ICT skills, training and support program for youth SMMEs. In the year under the review, the department supported 114 previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs. The support was in the form of training and mentorship programs. In terms of the direct support to SMMEs, the department has achieved 67% procurement and spend of RFQs below $1 million on township economy against a target of 55%, which translates to an overachieved of 12%. Skills development is an important instrument to enhance the quality of services provided by the government. The department has trained 6,302 GPG staff on ICT program. This was done to ensure that the GPG staff are better able to provide services to citizens through electronic means, as well as to enhance the efficiency within government when providing its services to the citizens. The department facilitated various ICT skills development programs that benefited 11,377 people. The training was to enhance the ICT skills of the beneficiaries to ensure that they can operate more effectively in this digital age. Youth skills development contribute to increased opportunities and job preparedness. The department also placed 128 youth for experiential learning, and 55 people benefited from bursaries. It is hoped that this will enhance the job opportunity available to the people we supported. Honourable members, a groundbreaking initiative in waste management and creation of eco-friendly environment is the e-waste management strategy. A critical deliverable for the department during the year under review was the development and implementation of the Gauteng e-waste management strategy. The strategy was launched on the 1st of March 2022. The strategy is geared towards improving the skills of those involved in the e-waste management sector to take advantage of the economic opportunity in that sector and to create jobs. In addition, through the strategy, the department will further the green agenda of the province through effective disposal of e-waste in government department and society at large. An evaluation study was done on the e-waste management strategy to assess whether the strategy was geared towards creating economic opportunities to benefit all citizens of the province, but with a particular focus on youth, women, and people with disabilities involved in existing e-waste management processes and activities in the province. The evaluation found that the strategy does create economic opportunities to benefit all citizens of the province and to support the key element for creating an e-waste management industry in the province. Madam Speaker, one of our non-negotiable is an audit outcome. The department managed to improve on its audit outcomes, having achieved an unqualified audit outcome, generally known as clean audit. Madam Speaker, in terms of the modernization of the ICT infrastructure and connectivity, the department will continue to provide connectivity to the province during the 6th administration. This will bring about a financial growth opportunity across the 5 economic corridors through the efficiencies that are dedicated to connectivity. The department will roll out phase 3 of the Gauteng broadband in partnership with the State Information Technology Agency. The department aims to expand the number of sites provided with wide area network and voice over internet protocols sites on the network. VoLP will realize savings related to telephone cost at the enabled site. In addition to ensure end-to-end connectivity, the department will roll out local area network connectivity. Wi-Fi hotspot will be provided in identified areas to provide high-speed internet access to the public. In addition, the department will upgrade the 2 core network nodes during the medium-term expenditure to ensure faster connectivity. The department, as a custodian of the centralized computing infrastructure, has migrated department applications such as e-services and data into a cloud-based storage solution, it is important that GPG computing infrastructure can adjust quickly and cost-effective to accommodate changing demands. The department acknowledges that 4IR requires an inclusive approach to stimulate innovation and allow citizens to develop applications. The department will continue to support and advocate for the development of innovative application solutions to bring government services to the people. The digital platform provides a single window for citizens to access government services and provide a common environment shared by e-gov services to save the citizen cost, time, and travel. The department will maintain, enhance, expand the e-services offering on the Gauteng Digital Forum. Good governance and policy networks are essential to ensure that all processes are ethically sound. The province-wide 4IR strategy and e-waste management strategy were developed and approved to ensure good governance and oversight. The provincial e-waste management strategy will allow the province to address and realize the benefit of one of the fastest growing waste streams in the world. The Gauteng Center of Excellence, which realizes ICT skills development through a customized ICT skills development hub, was launched by the Premier of Gauteng on the 27th of October 2021. This is part of eGov digital transformation journey. The center was created to build young citizens of Gauteng into leaders of digital innovation through ICT skills development, technical training for SMMEs and partnerships are created. A total of 6,000 GPG staff will be trained on an online platform, and bursaries will also be made available to beneficiaries to ensure that the experienced people are reskilled to balance demand and supply within the provincial digital ecosystem. A total of 10,000 youth will benefit from ICT skills development program, and 150 will be placed to ICT experiential learning. We thank the former MEC for Finance and eGov, Honorable Nomantu Nkomoraloko, the Portfolio Committee on Finance, the current Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, eGov Research and Development Chairperson, Honorable Fasia Hassan, the head of department, Mr. Baloi, and the management staff for their dedication and commitment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on that order. Can you go to the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 9 is the consideration of the Cooperative Government, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of the E-Government for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will only be covering the executive summary, concerns and recommendations. The rest of the report will take as read. The Committee Oversight Report provides an overview of the performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for the 2021-2022 financial year and seeks to measure progress in the implementation of projects and efficiency in the utilization of the allocated budget. The core mandate of the Department of E-Government is to modernize the public service by rolling out and maintaining the Gauteng Broadband Network project with the aim to promote service delivery efficiencies for the Gauteng provincial government and community centres. The GBN project is implemented under Programme 2, ICT Shared Services. To achieve its objectives, the department has appropriated an amount of 1.54 billion to fund 3 programs, namely Administration, ICT Shared Services, and Human Resources Services, with the expenditure amounting to 90.6% of the allocation. The under expenditure is attributed mainly to vacant funded posts across all programs and delayed procurement processes for goods and services. The bulk of the department's expenditure was realized in Programme 2 in ICT Shared Services, mainly for the provision of ICT services through the GBN. The Gauteng Department of E-Government has achieved numerous milestones since the rollout of the GBN project. These include, amongst others, the rollout of the ICT infrastructure, e-services, including e-recruitment, school online application, and SAP ESS, and the implementation of Voice over Internet Protocol, Voice over IP that is, which has reduced telephone communication costs between departments. Progress has also been made on the implementation of the common platform that allows citizens to access a wide range of government services through a single window at a click of a button. Provincially developed developed applications are periodically tested at the Design and Validation Center to eliminate crashes, thereby minimizing disrupted connectivity. The department has managed to migrate departments and their entities to the GPG private cloud housed by the fully managed data center, which is GPG's baseline. Apologies, I was just interrupted. The department has managed to migrate departments and their entities to the GPG private cloud housed by the fully managed data center, which is GPG's baseline cloud infrastructure, enabling departments to have business information available and secure. Cyber attacks threaten any ICT environment. However, the Gauteng provincial government remains one of the most secure spaces through the cybersecurity services rendered at the Security Operations Center. To promote the use of e-government services, the department has conducted e-services advocacy workshops and conducted customer satisfaction surveys with client departments on service offerings. Further, to promote the use of e-government services, the department has a strategic objective to stimulate the ICT economy. This is achieved by facilitating incubation and innovation, as well as encouraging public-private partnerships for the development and rollout of e-government services. Through the Human Resources Services Program, which is assigned to optimize, digitize, and promote HR services, related business processes, the department conducted advocacy workshops at GPG entities, and the purpose of these workshops was to promote the use of e-services in order to promote business process efficiencies, which shows commitment to constantly modernize HR business processes within the province. Even with the recorded successes, there are persistent challenges ascribed to vacant funded posts across all programs. Underspending due to delayed implementation of projects and protected negotiations to conclude contracts, and this is corroborated by the report of the Auditor General, which draws emphasis to these matters, albeit the department received a clean audit, which is commendable. In terms of concerns, the committee is concerned, number one, by the ongoing investigation of the movable tangible assets, and number two, the delayed procurement of business tools. In terms of recommendations, the Portfolio Committee recommends that, number one, the department should conclude the movable tangible capital assets investigation process by the end of the third quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year and implement the recommendations thereof. A progress report on the investigation and the implementation of those recommendations should be submitted to the committee with every quarterly performance report until the Portfolio Committee concludes its oversight over the matter. Number two, submit a progress report on the procurement process of the business tools by the 30th of January 2023. In terms of acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee would like to extend its gratitude to MEC Khumalo and his team. Appreciation also goes out to the Portfolio Committee members of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and eGov Portfolio Committees. I'll take those as being read, but we really do thank members. And the committee's gratitude is also extended to the support staff who have also done extremely hard work. In terms of adoption, after due consideration, the Portfolio Committee adopted the annual performance report of the Department of E-Government for the 2021-2022 financial year. And in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and E-Government Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of this report for the annual performance of the Department of E-Gov for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Kanye.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the adoption of the report.
Thank you. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no.
Yes.
Yes. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 10 is the debate on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Honorable Mukhali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I'm humbled today to debate the annual performance plan of Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2021-2022 financial year. Madam Speaker, this is one of the most and critical departments which carries the hopes and aspirations of people of Gauteng for economic emancipation, to attain economic freedom and salvage the bondage of hunger and poverty across the boundaries of the province. Honourable members, the clarion call to reigniting the Gauteng economic cannot be emphasized enough. Indeed, Treasury dwelt on the performance at length during the implementation phases, pointing out that the Gauteng City region is taking a lead in the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by our Honorable President, Comrade Ramaphosa, for the social compact to respond inequality and societal challenges. This can be seen in the continued focus on high growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will be instrumental in unlocking the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the different corridors of our Gauteng City region. Madam Speaker, we are pleased to announce that both GPT and GIFA obtained a clean audit opinion in the financial year under review. However, the inability to fill vacant posts resulted in a vacant rate of above 10%, with the GPT citing at the highest vacancy rate of 24%. GIFA managed to complete 2 feasibility studies in the financial year under review. The NC-led government acknowledged the appointment of the TA for Merafung Bioenergy is well commendable, with the intention to fight poverty and hunger within Merafung area. We also acknowledge the innovation efforts of the Department of GIFA to employ rigorous project screening processes to identify and include projects in its pipeline that have the potential to attract investors. Furthermore, we commend Gauteng Provincial Treasury to issue cost guidelines to department and entities to pave the way towards the standardized budget approach and processes in the determination of financial information. The guidelines will be applicable to all Gauteng provincial government departments and their trading entities and provincial public entities as listed in the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. These guidelines will include all categories of infrastructure, information technology, leases, acquirement of land, goods and services being procured. Madam Speaker, equally important that the Treasury Department must find innovative ways to ensure the rotation of supplier, which is a serious challenge that has continued to be sharply raised by township suppliers in their interaction with government. Our efforts as ANC-led government is to contribute to the growth of the small business sector and create much needed jobs. Treasury must also intensify monitoring to assess whether funds allocated to projects in local communities are used correctly to deliver essential public services to citizens. Honourable members, the department must interact directly with communities to understand their views about service delivery and intervene immediately if there are challenges. Such a fundamental approach will ensure that the department plays an active role in facilitating proper usage of public funds at local level and contribute immensely to improve relation and interaction between communities and municipalities in Gauteng. We commend the performance plan for department which anchored objectives and priorities for economy, jobs, infrastructure, education, skills, revolution and health, integrated human settlement and land release, safety, social cohesion, and food security, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state for better place in the province, and sustainable development for future generation. We also commend a resilient department outcome during its implementation and effective performance phases in this current financial year, which seeks to address the following critical issues: enhance sound finances in the province, increase compliance with the legislative prescript, sustainable local government finances, reduce youth unemployment, alternative source of funding. Madam Speaker, much as we are confident in complementing the achievement of department, we want to indicate categorically clear that those objectives must always realign to strategic objective of the ANC as vindicated during ANC Lekgotla to realize a social compact and economic emancipation in real principle for poverty alleviation. Honourable members, whilst the department is working towards the realization of the outcomes set out in performance plan to achieve the strategic objective, the department must also not forget to focus on the following deliverable aspects for 21-22 financial commitment. Number one, ensure the effectiveness and efficient administration of provincial fiscal resources and obtain value for money. Provide support to provincial department and entities to promote improve legislative compliance in line with financial regulations and improve the audit outcome. Promote and enforce transparency and effective supply chain management in the province and provide oversight on the implementation of the open tender system. We also encourage the department to monitor increased supplier participation in the high value government contract to achieve targeted 30% spending on government procurement should be directed to township suppliers for economic empowerment. Lastly, department must provide independent, objective assurance and consulting services that add value to the operations of GPG institutions through a systematic evaluation of government risk management and control to enhance and protect organizational values. Honourable Speaker, the ANC-led government acknowledged the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight, we will ensure the department implement accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of Gauteng Provincial Department during the year under review. Madam Speaker, ANC government respect AG's opinion at all material times. We have noted that the department received a clean audit opinion with no other matter in the audit report. ANC-led government believes in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspices of Treasury as a cornerstone to change the lives of the people for economic emancipation and redress the inequality for societal challenges, which was demonstrated on many occasions for historic legacy to pursue the sixth administration mandate given by the people of Gauteng. As ANC, Madam Speaker, we do have confidence on our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for the better life. We therefore commend a hard work of the department to continue introducing innovative ideas to help the poor and the working class. Ke a leboga.
Honorable Randall.
Thank you so much, Speaker. It is critical now more than ever for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to set the example and continue to achieve an unqualified audit opinion. Treasury also needs to focus on good governance and tangible service delivery. Consider the ever-increasing demand for resources, build adequate competency and capacity not only for the department, but also within our struggling municipalities. Gauteng Provincial Treasury received an annual allocation of 675 million rand for the period under review, with a 612 million rand or 90% spent, resulting in a 63.5 million rand underspend. This was due mainly to the vacant posts on the newly approved structures that has not yet been filled. The 2021-22 annual report presents a mixed bag of encouraging developments that we take note of, combined with challenges that continue to persist. Madam Speaker, Treasury's central role is to build a state capable of implementing the priorities of government and is responsible for all financial matters in the province. This department must ensure that provincial budgets and budgetary processes promote transparency, accountability and effective financial management of our economy, and implement the basic disciplines of financial performance and supply chain management with all our role players. However, this is where the department unfortunately has been failing. To get a clean audit outcome is commendable, but what has the impact of this been on the ground, on our residents' lives and livelihoods? Let me use one example. During the COVID-19 period, it was this department's responsibility to regularly publish Gauteng Provincial Government's personal protective equipment procurement disclosure reports. The reason cited for not publishing was the POPI Act and the Auditor General audit processes. However, in contrast with Gauteng, the Western Cape published more than 20 such reports explaining exactly how much and where their residents' money was spent. A war room was established in the Premier's office with a key focus area being improving audit outcomes with an integrity unit to address irregularities and corruption, focusing on accountability and transparency. Now, in October this year, SCOPA received a report on the 9.73 billion rand that was incurred as irregular expenditure, while fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounted to 378 million. The main reason for this? Non-compliance with supply chain management processes. The DA is of the firm view that this ANC-led administration does not have the political will to prosecute its own when they are found to have transgressed legislation. This has been proven time and time again. Treasury's strategic focus over the short to medium term, as stated in the annual report, includes provincial department and entities will be supported to promote improved legislative compliance in line with supply chain and financial regulations. Secondly, independent objective assurance and consulting services will be provided to departments and entities to improve internal controls, to reduce risk and enable effective financial management and contribute to improved audit outcomes. And thirdly, Gauteng Treasury will be proactive in providing oversight and support to the 8 delegated municipalities. Now, Speaker, perhaps if the word will had been replaced with must, it would indicate a stronger confirmation of concrete commitments to the departments, entities and municipalities that Treasury must serve. If all of this is done, then it will ultimately strengthen the province's ability to better deliver services to its people. Now, come 2024, the DI will implement measures to ensure that everyone in the Gauteng provincial government lives by the consequences of his and her actions, because failure to do so would be a disservice to the people of our province. I thank you.
Honourable Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng economy is still struggling to recover from the negative economic growth and unemployment at record levels due to the effects of the lockdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. This has also been exacerbated by the crippling job-killing results of long-term load shedding. One of Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi's most important tasks as head of the ANC provincial government in Gauteng is to ensure the conditions for economic growth in the province are created, which will start reducing the scourge of unemployment, which currently sits at 33.7% in Gauteng, pretty record-breaking. An important action he can take to achieve economic growth is to ensure that the critical economic infrastructure of Gauteng is better maintained and expanded through new investment. New investment in infrastructure will not only create jobs for long-suffering Gauteng residents, but it will also improve the conditions in which businesses operate and create a more enabling environment for existing businesses in this province to grow. This is a virtuous circle, as better infrastructure creates conditions that attracts more private investment that helps to lead to economic growth and job creation. An expanding private business sector in South Africa's economic heart is the best hope we have of creating employment and prosperity for all our citizens. The government may create jobs, but without a thriving private business sector, we will never be able to significantly reduce unemployment. The Premier makes much of his focus on improving the lives of township residents, but in truth, this can best be achieved by creating conditions where more residents can get into employment. Writing off debt and other short-term handouts are only vote-grabbing populist gimmickry before elections, when residents should be helped to provide for themselves through job creation flowing from a growing economy. A concerted effort to invest in the Gauteng economic infrastructure should be one of Premier Lesufi's overriding priorities in his government. This is seriously hampered by those who build the infrastructure in the dysfunctional Department of Infrastructure Development and those in the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, GIFA, who are looking for innovative ways to fund infrastructure projects but struggle to bring anything to a financial close. GIFA was established to assist with finding alternative sources of financing for infrastructure development, and in particular to look at private-public partnerships to draw more private capital into infrastructure development. Public resources are limited and are subject to many competing demands. Harnessing the large pools of investable capital from the private sector makes sense, and success on the agency side will attract even more capital. While GIFA has been working for many years on bringing suitable projects to fruition, they have been unsuccessful in bringing some major projects to financial close. Projects such as the Jewelry Hub, Kopanong Precinct and the Krugersdorp Game Reserve have all been in the pipeline for many years, but we are still to see a final result. One of the major structural problems GIFA faces is that they do not own their projects, but are reliant on other parties such as Treasury or private partners for approvals. It has been suggested that service-level agreements need to be established between parties to alleviate these problems. While GIFA continues to receive clean audits from the Auditor General and spends approximately 90% of its budget, it has little material value to show our residents as a result of its work. The DA demands that the Gauteng Department of Finance work closely with GIFA to iron out the issues that delay the successful implementation of the agency's projects. This should be dealt with as a matter of urgency, as GIFA's success will have a material effect on improving the lives of all of our people in Gauteng and will be of far greater long-term value than short-term pre-election handouts. Thank you.
Honorable Mabulo, can you respond to the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and let me greet the Honorable Deputy Speaker as well. Good day to the Chief Whip, and well done yesterday, Chief Whip. I saw you hard at work. Now, honorable members, my approach is that we have delivered a very detailed mini-budget speech that answers all the questions that you are raising. Honorable members, Randall and Atkinson, the issues you are raising are in the speech. Those matters have been adequately clarified. And of course, as I acknowledge all the leadership here on this side, I think I'm done with the opposition. Let me acknowledge the real leaders of the House. Now, honorable members, just from our side, we just want to commend the sterling and good work that has been done by Provincial Treasury to make sure that it implements and conduct oversight with respect to the PFMA and overall efficient and effective management of the resources. And of course, in line with this, the annual report that we are debating today demonstrates beyond any doubt that we are making steady progress, not only on funding our priorities as Gauteng provincial government, but also in ensuring that provincial financial resources are managed effectively in a manner that promotes transparency, accountability, and delivery of services. Let me also just indicate that whilst the department got a clean audit, also the Provincial Revenue Fund, which is an account that is managed by Gauteng Provincial Treasury, where all monies are received by the province are paid, also achieved a clean audit. This means that, like the department, the Provincial Revenue Fund achieved clean audit. And of course, we have already spoken about consequence management, running awareness campaigns on Public Finance Management Act targeting accounting officers. We have also made commitments in ensuring that we deal with irregular and unauthorized expenditure, and that, of course, to this extent, will engage with the senior managers in the provincial government. In conclusion, as the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, our commitment to clean, responsive, and ethical governance is unwavering. That is why we are continuously working to improve financial management to support the delivery of quality public services in the province. This is what we must always do to protect public resources, build and maintain trust with our people. Let me just acknowledge the points that were made by Honorable Refilwe Mohale, just to welcome, Honorable, those points that you have made. And I'd like to assure you that the issues that you have raised, and of course the call you have made that Treasury must implement and align very well with the ANC policies, that point is well taken and it's well understood. You have raised the issues about the filling of vacancies. I think we have clarified this matter in the portfolio committee, but we are committing that there is no justifiable reason why we can't fill the vacancies, so we're committing to working very hard, Honorable Mohale, to make sure that we fill our vacancies as you have raised. You also made a point about making sure that the residents of our province get value for money. You will recall that this was a principle that we have emphasized, that we must check what every cent that we spend translate into value for money for the people. We must check what are we buying with government money. So we agree with you on that point, and we commit to making sure that indeed the people get value for money. You have raised an issue about directing our resources to township SMMEs, small, micro, medium enterprises. I would like to concur with you that, as you would have seen from the mini-budget policy statement, that we have committed to make sure that we move resources into the townships. And you have also directed us and made a very strong appeal that we work with local government and municipalities to deepen the understanding and to provide more clarity to communities about the work that we are doing. So to that extent, yes, we will be making sure that we run meetings with communities, with councillors, with MMCs, to strengthen our work with municipalities, as you have correctly said. So I think the issues that you have raised, we will demonstrate as we move forward how we are consolidating our work along the lines of the issues that you have raised. And I think to that extent, we welcome all the points you have made. Unfortunately, as for the opposition, all I can say, as I've already said, is for now, let's note what you have said and leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of the day is consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Tau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I continue to request to keep my camera off. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. An annual report is a comprehensive report on the department's activities throughout the preceding financial year. The annual report is intended to give the legislature information about the financial and non-financial performance of the provincial government department, in this regard, the provincial treasury. Furthermore, the report is an important tool in assisting the portfolio committee and the public's understanding of the operations of the department and its component, the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, as well as ensuring accountability to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury met most of its performance targets for the 21-22 financial year, as set out in the Annual Performance Plan 21-22. Of the total number of 42 performance targets applicable for the period under review, Treasury achieved 37 performance targets, translating into 80% of APP achievement compared to 94% in the previous financial year. Although slightly lower than the previous year's achievement against the APP, the 88% achievement compares favorably with the 91% expenditure in the final appropriation. As at the end of the financial year, the administration program achieved most of its planned performance targets, apart from the performance target pertaining to appointing 50% of women in senior management. The achieved performance targets are associated with the attainment of an unqualified audit opinion, supplier payments paid within 30 days after receipt of final correct invoice, timely submission of the annual performance plans to the legislature, and number of approved departmental risk register, number of workshops conducted to promote awareness on gender-based violence, femicide, and LGBTQI, and number of the youth in development programs against the staff establishment. Of the 13 performance targets applicable to sustainable fiscal resource management, 12 performance targets were achieved with pockets of overperformance. The areas of underperformance relates to 1.3% increase in the budget allocated for non-personnel, non-capital expenditure as opposed to the planned 7%. 7 or 41% assessments were conducted on submitted planning documents and completed within 10 working days instead of 17, and failure to reach the set percentage of 6% increase on provincial-owned revenue collection. Of the 17 performance targets applicable to GFA for the period under review, 15 performance targets were achieved, or 80% APP achievement. The areas of underperformance relate to GFA not releasing any bankable projects to the market, contrary to the Plan 3, and not facilitating either of the two identified projects to reach financial close. As at the end of 21-22, GIFA spent 90% of its total allocated budget compared to 95.36% of the previous financial year. Financial governance achieved all its planned performance targets without deviation. Key achievements include 100% submission of the annual financial statements by departments and entities, the tabling of the consolidated annual financial statements for 2021 financial year within the prescribed timeframes, producing 4 departmental 30-day supplier payment compliance report, and the submission of 70% of invoices electronically, which was exceeded by 14%. The provincial supply chain management achieved all 7 performance targets set out in the APP. The performance targets include supply chain management compliance assessments completed for 14 departments and 8 entities. SCM compliance action plans tracked within 14 departments and 8 entities. The compilation of 4 reports ranged regarding 30% spend on township suppliers, including participating in the high-value contracts, and 4 reports produced on subcontracted contracts captured on the SRM subsystem by the GPG departments. Of significance, Treasury conducted 5 training workshops, provided 2 Gauteng Township-based suppliers against the planned 4 training workshops. Of the 5 planned performance targets under Municipal Financial Governance Program for the period under review, all the performance targets were achieved, whilst others surpassed their performance measures. Contrary to conducting 20 intergovernmental relations engagements with relevant stakeholders, 52 engagements were conducted. Similarly, Treasury planned to conduct 5 training initiatives for delegated municipalities in Gauteng, and 9 of these were conducted. Other performance targets are associated with 32 assessments conducted on MFMA compliance by delegated municipalities in Gauteng, 24 municipal budget assessments conducted, and 3 publications compiled on provincial grants allocated to municipalities. Under the Gauteng Audit Services, 5 performance targets were planned, and all performance targets were achieved bar 1. Under this program, Treasury intended issuing 19 Auditor General's follow-up reports. However, only 15 follow-up reports were produced. For example, the key performance achievements include the issuing of 19 Audit Committee-approved audit plans to departments and entities. 100% tracking of internal audit recommendations tracked at departments and entities, and producing 19 AG annual internal control assessments. Of importance, this program issued 92.2% of audit reports to departments and against the target of 85%. It is worth noting that neither GPT nor GIFA reflected on any minor strategic risks that warrant intervention with respect to their APPs or budgets and or performance in their reports. Our findings, the committee is concerned about the following: that GIFA continues to underperform under project development and compliance program, which is one of its core mandates. Whether there have been any positive economic spin-offs emanating from GIFA's implementation of the approved funder engagement strategy plan, that GIFA continues to struggle to facilitate projects to conclude financial close, which is the penultimate stage in project development. On the department itself, the extent to which the training workshops translate into Gauteng Township-based suppliers becoming fully fledged businesses capable to compete for high-end value tenders and thereby positively impacting on the township economy, and the delayed implementation of audit follow-up action plans and the impact they have on the recurrence of audit findings. Our recommendations that GIFA should account for the challenges in the strategy they submitted to the Portfolio Committee on how they intend improving on performance targets under its core mandates and how such can be remedied. Excuse me. That GIFA should provide highlights on the positive economic spin-offs derived from the implementation of the approved funder engagement strategy and plan, and that GIFA should provide a report highlighting the extent to which they have enlisted the support of Provincial Treasury in ensuring expeditious approval of projects by National Treasury to circumvent delays in projects reaching financial close. And Treasury should provide a report accounting for how the training workshops of the township-based suppliers has transformed them to participate in high-end value tenders, and that Treasury should provide a report highlighting the extent to which delayed implementation of audit follow-up action plans has led to the recurrence of audit findings and in which departments. Excuse me. The committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Mamabolo, the head of department and officials in the Treasury. Our appreciation also goes out for the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations of the annual performance report process goes to all members of the committee, and these are Dr. Dikhamela, Dr. Masuku, Member Mohale, Member Randall, Member Atkinson, Member Robinson, Member Mazwi, and Member Padinos. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following staff members: the Acting Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. Nsani, Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. Nsani, that is Researcher, Ms. Chilwani, Legal Advisor, Ms. Ngubani, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Ntsibande, Media Officer, Mr. Dekola, Committee Administrator, Mr. Mabuza, Service Officer, Ms. Msimang, Catering Assistant, Mtete, and Hansard Recorder, Ms. Sin. After due consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee, unanimously adopted the GPT Annual Performance Report for the year 2021-2022. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, inclusive of GIFA Annual Performance Report for the year 2021-2022.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're way past with the 40 seconds. Is there a seconder for the proposal to
I
adopt?
rise to second, Member Randall.
Member Randall, thank you for that. I now put the question. All those who agree with the adoption, say aye. Aye. Those who do not agree with the report, with the adoption of the report, say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, let's move on to the next order, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of the day is debate on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makakula. Is she virtual? Honorable Makakula. Is she virtual? Is she online? She ain't here. Okay, let's move on. Honorable.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Makakula was going to step in for Mukhet. I know what I'm doing. Just that maybe I'm talking about line connection or something. But Honorable Mukhet was going to be stepped in for by Member Makakula. Let's move on to Member Fox, sorry. Member Fox.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, here we have another annual report, another woeful picture of poor performance, mismanagement, wastage, and a lot of chaos to boot. This is depicted in the numbers. The two main programs of this department, namely Public Works and EPWP, achieved only 48% and 43% of their annual targets respectively. I will not mention all the failed KPIs, but I will highlight a sample. Empowerment targets related to military veterans, people with disabilities, youth, SMMEs, and township revitalization failed. Financial targets such as revenue collected from leased properties, invoices paid within 30 days, reduction in prior years' accruals and irregular expenditure failed. Project targets such as number of infrastructure designs ready for tender, number of new facilities completed, number of renovations, number of conditional assessments failed. EPWP targets such as work opportunities created in the infrastructure sector as well as municipalities and also EPWP participants trained failed. In addition, this department is responsible for numerous unfinished and abandoned projects deteriorating in the African sun. The list of these projects are as long as my arm. Some of these projects have now been reprioritized to be completed before the end of this term. Why do we need to wait for a new Premier to reprioritize projects that should have been completed months and even years ago? The Kopanong Precinct, a project which was initiated in 2003, has after all these years reached the tender stage. A probity audit, however, indicated that not a single bidder for the work was compliant with the requirements. As a result, the audit report recommended that the tender be cancelled and re-advertised. Any attempt to bypass the recommendation of the Audit Committee will be met with a legal challenge. The Auditor General criticises the Department for not using resources economically, in that the Department incurred capital expenditure of 500 million rand in the refurbishment of Anglo Gold Ashanti Private Hospital. While DAD may be responsible for the irregular appointment of contractors to refurbish the hospital, the finger of blame for the stupendously amateurish decision that wasted R500 million must be pointed at the former Premier and the former MEC for Health who took this decision in the COVID Command Council. The brazen waste of so much money is something that will follow the former Premier forever, as will Esidimeni, Babita Deokaran, PPE corruption, and the 3 firefighters who lost their lives at the Bank of Lisbon. Premier Lesufi, if you're still online, the poor outcomes of infrastructure in this province is a legacy of the fact that your party and your government is bereft of skills and expertise. But this should not come as a surprise to you, as I and others have been raising these issues for years. Your predecessor chose to ignore these inputs, accusing us of being overly critical and covering up for a dysfunctional department. And then the chickens came home to roost. All the user departments using the services of DID complained bitterly about the poor quality of output and lack of value for money. They have requested to utilize alternative infrastructure providers. DID was stripped of responsibility to refurbish Charlotte Matreke after the fire and to maintain health infrastructure because of their inability to get the job done. Premier, you can choose the same path as your predecessor and ignore the wastage and incompetence, or you can intervene decisively to fix the systemic rot that exists in the department. Prioritising incomplete projects is a start, but it is going to take a total overhaul of policies, processes, personnel and institutional models to fix the diabolical state in which this department finds itself. Or maybe you will just leave the mess for those who will come after you. Your electoral strategy of appropriating all public funds and resources that have not yet been pilfered or spent and directing them to your party supporters is clear for all to see. Manipulation of resources to meet a political objective aside, if you do not do the honest work of fixing the systemic weaknesses in the department, infrastructure will never assist the province to emerge from the morass into which you have driven us. Thank you.
Fuchs, Honorable Diaga.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague Member Fuchs spoke about the dismal failure of this department, and I want to elaborate on the expanded public works program. What he did not say is that the 2,250 Rand an EPWP worker can earn can be the difference between going to bed hungry or having something to eat. That temporary job can allow a mother to buy a bread, buy milk, buy some basics, and even learn a skill in the process. Failure only means that residents are robbed of opportunities to improve their lives. As a committee, we are always surprised at the budget spent versus the targets met. Every time you fail in reaching your set targets, think about a child that must walk for miles to a library to have access to internet because their school was never completed, only to get there to find that there is load shedding. That same child must now walk back home in the dark, only to be attacked, beaten, raped, and left on the side of the road, having to wait for an ambulance to arrive or SAPS to come and investigate the case before being taken to a hospital, and further being subjected to poor services. A hospital that is poorly equipped, a clinic that was never completed, a hospital that's in a state of disrepair because it burned down 18 months ago and renovations have still not started. All of this because GDID could not reach its targets in completing a school, building a library, building a hospital. GDID failed because they did not obtain an occupancy certificate, submit a building plan on time, or complete the necessary environmental studies. So you see, MEC Maile and former MEC Mutara, every time a learner fails or a patient suffers, we look at you and we say, shame on you. The Department of GDID desperately needs project management skills and a level of accountability that has been absent for years. Listen, GDID should be a beacon of hope and development and should be the most promising economy on the continent. Instead, you've offered a systematic failure in this department. Madam Speaker, change is coming, and just as Tunis defeated France or Japan defeated Germany, there will be another upset in 2024 when the mighty corrupt ANC will be replaced by the only party that governed with a clean track record, the DA. And no amount of racist vitriol can save you from the inevitable. Thank you. Try again, my friend.
Thanks, Honorable Diaga. Honorable Pons, he is standing in for Honorable Mukhethi. Mamtogo is en route to Cape Town for another commitment. Honorable Pons.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and please, Deputy Speaker, hear me well, and 72 honorable members of the legislature. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng. Honorable Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is a critical economic catalyst in Gauteng, and this is based on our commitment in the GGT 2030, when we stated that infrastructure would be central in us delivering modernized, reindustrialized, and integrated economy of Gauteng. Today, this is not just a debate, but it's a session to recount how the department has performed in the 2021-2022 financial year on its commitment as reflected in its APPs. The human resource capital is an important ingredient in building departmental capacity to advance its mission. In the last ANC Lekgotla, we were mandated as deployees to ensure that we work to detect and eliminate waste practices linked to corruption and other criminal practices by building robust system for detection. Hence, as this House, we welcome the efforts made by the department to this end by ensuring the strengthening of controls on the financial management within the department. These measures will ensure that every rent from the department is directed to the important task of building infrastructure in the province. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have gathered here today to assess how far the department has gone to address the commitment it has made to this House in delivering infrastructure in the province. We should also thank, Madam Speaker, Lionel Messi-led Argentine team for doing what we could not do as a country to the country of the murder of Commander Komisa and the Chief of Staff, Comrade Chris Hani, yesterday. The primary aim of the Public Expanded Works Program is to manage the implementation of programs and strategies that lead to the development and upliftment of communities and contractors. These include the provincial management and coordination of EPWP. ANC government further acknowledged that the target number of work opportunities created by public works were achieved since 2,630 work opportunities were created against the planned 2,500. Targets related to the number of participants participating in contract development program was met. We also know the success rate of contract development program within the department to address a socio-economic challenge. All companies have benefited from economic opportunities provided by DID, especially in the construction project. Companies have been able to move from various CIDB levels from level 1 to level 7. Some contractors have received full qualification in QF level accredited by a responsible SETA. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Department of Infrastructure Development is in line with the strategic priority of the national and provincial government. Hence, the performance of the department, even though has partially achieved its objective, it will need to improve in the management of the project. It is a cause for concern that number of projects have been delayed due to problems from the side of the contractors. The department must, as part of its economic development strategy, to also develop programs similar to monitoring and evaluation strategy to empower local contractors with requisite skills to manage big projects. We also like to call on the department to interface strategically with the security cluster to manage disruption of projects by community extortionist groups. Our commitment to empowering Africans and historically disadvantaged individuals cannot be held hostage by criminals who have stopped a number of projects across the province. The ANC has taken a dim view on lack of spending allocated funds to projects. We welcome the strengthening of the human resource capacity within the department, and we hope this will help in managing the project so that the funds are left unspent, so that no funds are left unspent. The department's focus on building local economic capacity is commendable. Hence, we have noted that poverty alleviation, fighting inequality, and unemployment remain at the center of the strategic priorities of the department. The DID has focused on implementation of job creation initiatives for previously disadvantaged, vulnerable groups, which include youth, women, people with disability, and military veterans. Whilst we continue to listen to nothing but hot air from the opposition, we have noted that the DID obtained unqualified audit opinion with the findings in this financial year of 2021-2022. The department reported that it has established a war audit room to strengthen accountability by management, ensure that audit actions plans are adequate and effective, increase reliability of information reported on AFS, and performance information and finalization of audits without delays. The department further reported that internal control will in future review the process of preparing financial statements and review them before submission to the Auditor General. Departments are therefore really encouraged to place dedicated focus on undertaking all the required planning process and provide portfolio of evidence to enable Gauteng Provincial Treasury to allocate more funding for infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is not only directly contributing factor to improvement in the standard of living for communities, reduce poverty levels and address inequalities, but it's also a key driver in creating an environment that is conducive to economic development, growth and job creation. Over and above the allocated infrastructure budget from Gauteng Provincial Treasury, will continue to consider, the department should consider projects that will be ready for delivery on the ground post the tabling of the budget. This is to ensure that greater efficiency on spending is attained and that more and better outputs and outcomes are achieved with fewer resources. In the Lekgotla ANC resolution, which took place earlier this year, is to further make a clarion call to enhance access for infrastructure development to encourage and attract the communities on massive poverty alleviation project within our province for the benefit of the poor and the working class. We therefore support the effort of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management on its annual performance to give more and effective good initiatives to promote and develop infrastructure development through advancement of national democratic revolution with the intention to move South Africa forward. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday we witnessed ANC Gauteng structures and alliance, including community members led by the ANC provincial leadership, demonstrating to show their dissatisfaction against one lunatic that took the life of our leader. Today, M1 has been shut down by the EFF on the same topic. But those ones who are sitting on your left, Madam Deputy Speaker, will never be found where it is necessary because they do not have political consciousness. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Maile.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start with, okay, maybe firstly, thank all the members for participating in the debate, and then start with what Member Mudise has been saying, or just said, because I think he acknowledges that there are challenges, but at the same time, he's able to indicate the areas where we have done well. Because when you listen to the two other members, you will think that nothing has happened in this department, that nothing is happening. And you'll also believe the propaganda by member folks that there's chaos. I'm not sure if we have a shared understanding of what is chaos, member folks. Because if there was indeed chaos, I don't think this department would have achieved some of the achievements that are in the annual report, including receiving an unqualified audit opinion, including all the achievements like the 74,692 work opportunities that have been created, training of 1,950 beneficiaries, the completion of the George Mukhari Hospital as part of the COVID-19 alternative building technology, the installation of laundries in various hospitals, the renovation works in different schools, including Tlokomelo Primary, Mapenani Secondary, War School, Wonderfontein, etc., etc. So having acknowledged and including paying, by the way, just over $1 billion on raise and taxes on behalf of the provincial government. So having acknowledged all these achievements, which actually demystifies the myth that there is chaos, that nothing is happening, we will be the first to, or maybe let me go to Member Dijeha, yes, Diyache, yeah, sorry for mispronouncing. Member Diyache, I think I understand you are new. Someone might have written for you there. Just one issue which you attempted to raise about compliance issues. And this just demonstrates that you are new, because you will understand that provincial government does not issue occupancy certificates. They are issued by a municipality. So that's the first point. But the second point is that there is a facility in Hammanskraal. It's a clinic that was built by the provincial government. And one of the reasons why that clinic can't be opened is because the DA-led administration has failed to connect. Just listen, I'm trying to teach you governance issues here. The DA-led municipality has failed perpetually just to connect bulk, relevant bulk, so that we can be able to utilize that municipality, that clinic. So if you want to play politics, we don't have a problem. We are capable of doing it, and we can show you how you have failed systematically. Because we are the first to acknowledge when there are weaknesses. You know, Member Fuchs, one of the issues about this department, you will know, it has evolved from Department of Transport, Public Works, and Roads at the time. But the transformation of the orientation, the approach and the posture of the department did not start and end with the renaming of the department. It's a constant process. The reason I'm saying this is because there are issues which, in my view, I don't think, or rather projects, I don't think the department must do, like minor projects. Because this is an infrastructure department, must focus on big infrastructure for the province. And because departments, clients' departments, have developed minimum capacity, they should be able to manage some of those 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, because then the department has been overburdened by a lot of these many smaller projects, when in fact we should be looking at these other big projects. But secondly, the department must not just look at the government-owned buildings, because that's what public works does. It must look at even strategic catalytic infrastructure in the province. Issues of energy, for instance, it's not a provincial competence, but the department can play a role in coordinating efforts of the province, in linking the province and other spheres of government to be able to intervene, issues of waste and all that. So one of the things we're saying we want to do, which is, it's not a new idea, it has been there, because it's an ANC-led administration. So we are not going to behave like there was another party. That's why we want you to understand that transformation of this department did not start when it was renamed or when MEC Z or X was brought in, and it did not just end there. So I think for me, that's a very important point to understand. The issue about 30 days, the issue about 30 days, you know, I mean, I was in the meeting, the chair asked me, and I said, no, I'm observing whatever. It's not like I don't have views. I do have views. I know, I mean, I'm part of this house. And you know, I don't sleep in the house. I'm awake, I'm very vigilant, because I don't trust you guys. You can smuggle wrong things. So that is why I must always be awake. So I know, and I've had discussions ever since MEC Mama Bulo was in the department, MEC Mutara, and you have been raising a lot of issues. And I must admit, most of the issues you are raising are genuine issues. We share those concerns ourselves. Because remember, what kind of a party will celebrate mediocrity, will celebrate failure, if you are serious about governing? We are serious about governing. We want to come back. That's why yesterday we dealt with you properly there in that ward, because we are dealing with the issues there. On Monday, I'll be going in that area to deal with the relocation of the victims of the sinkholes and all that. So the point I'm raising, Member Fuchs, is that personally, I would want us to have a discussion. I've listened to, and remember what I want, which is what I raised in the committee. It's not just the criticism. I'm also interested in the solutions. I know that as a citizen, you want a DID that works. But unfortunately, as an activist of the Democratic Party, you want us to fail, because if we fail, it means your chances of governing are better. But I would want to speak to you as a citizen, because there are a number of things that we have started implementing long time ago, which have brought improvement. And by the way, there is no single government department that I know of in this country, including national, that has got a concentration of not less than 140 qualified built environment specialists who are registered with various professional bodies. That's huge. If you speak about a construction company, not even in the private sector, you'll get that. So there's a lot of work that was started long time ago, which is bearing fruit now. So to create an impression that we have thrown our hands in the air, we are not doing anything, we will never succeed, and I'm confident that we will do well. I'm confident that we will do well, but we will need you to also work with us in the interest of, and there are a number of issues I don't agree with, by the way. The issue about the Premier, the MEC, politicians are not involved in tender processes, and that is in the law. I know you are building a case towards the next elections, but we will deal with that issue properly. unless you prove that the Premier and the MEC were part of this thing, and unless you are confident and you are prepared to even say it out of this house, you can't say things because you know you've got immunity in the house. Say them outside so that we can show you how we deal with people who just speak without their thinking. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, honorable members. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of the day is consideration of Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Modise.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Please consider the reports that are not read as read, and the report will focus on the executive summary, committee concerns, committee recommendations, acknowledgements, and then adoption. On the executive summary, the Portfolio Committee of Infrastructure Development and Property Management presents its annual oversight report on the performance of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2021-2022 financial year. The assessment of this report was conducted based on the department allocated resources against planned targets for the year under review. During the year under review, the department had a total budget allocation of 3,249,020,000 with a total expenditure of 3,176,409,000 at the end of financial year, which translates to 98% expenditure, whilst on the other hand, it only achieved 43.4% of its target. The committee noted with concern that the targets achieved remain very low besides many engagements that were conducted with the department quarterly, and yet there's no progress specifically on the percentage of targets achieved at the end of financial year. On committee concerns, Madam Speaker, committee concerns. The committee concerns are as follows. 1, funding of projects still resides within client's department, resulting in the overdue payments of service providers, project delays, cost escalations, and in turn which led contractors to abandon their sites when payments are not processed in time. 2, the program 2 targets which are common mandate of the department were not achieved. 3, projects such as Bram Fisher Primary School, Bantu Bonke Early Childhood Development Center, Fine Town Clinic, Zone 17 Sebuken Clinic, and Kekana Start Clinic were still not completed even in the year under review with the same reasons provided in the previous financial year. There were many projects that were put on hold pending confirmation of funds by the client's department, and some were not put on hold by the Department of Infrastructure. Delays in the implementation of Kopanong Precinct project. Recommendations are as follows. After assessing the annual performance report of the department, the Portfolio Committee recommended the following and request the department to report to the legislature by Friday, February 7, 2023. 1, that the department, together with Department of Health, to discuss ring-fencing options of transferring of the budget for project to DID and report to the committee. 2, the department to ensure that Program 2 targets, which are common mandate, are achieved. 3, the department to ensure that Bram Fisher Primary School, Bantu Bonke Early Childhood Development Center, Fine Town Clinic, Sebuken Zone 17 Clinic, and Kekana Start Clinic projects are completed and handed over to client departments before the end of 2022-2023 financial year, and report to the committee on the progress thereof. 4, both the Department of Infrastructure and Health to ensure that all projects put on hold due to funding are completed without any further delays and report to the committee on the progress. 4.1, the department to also fast-track all the projects that are not put on hold due to funding by the client's department. 5, with regards to Kopanong Precinct project, the department to report on the committee on the following. To what extent the tender process of Kopanong Precinct failed? Will the department proceed with the implementation of the project or cancel as suggested by audit committee, and to report to the committee on the progress and way forward? On the acknowledgement, we would like to acknowledge and thank the MEC, Lebogang Maile, HOD, and the entire department executive for their efforts in the consideration of the report Also further appreciated the diligent deliberation of honorable members, including the committee staff, on making sure that the work of the committee find expression in adoption in accordance to Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164. The Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management annual report for the 2020-2021 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Member Fuchs. I now put the question. Those who agree with the adoption of the reports, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who do not agree with the adoption of the report, say nay. Thank you. The ayes have it. Thank you. Let's move on to the next order. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of the day is debate on the annual report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management for 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Nel.
Deputy Speaker, if you're looking for good news, this annual report is not the place where you will find it. If you're looking for good news about the alleviation of traffic congestion in this province, you will also not find it in this annual report. And if you're looking for good news about how public transport will be expanded and improved in this province, you will also not find it in this annual report. Despite the former MEC's best attempts at improving the department's performance, unfortunately the same old problems do persist. And I might be exaggerating when I say there is no good news. In fact, there is one piece of good news, and that is that the whole top structure of this department has been filled and is currently in a stable condition. But let's get back to some of the persisting problems that's facing this department. Road building and rehabilitation projects remain behind schedule. If a project is not stuck in supply chain process delays, it comes to a screeching halt because of non-performance by construction companies. Then there are legal challenges, as well as business forums who close sites when these mafia-type organizations want a cut of the pie without actually performing any work. And as I've said numerous times before, transport in our province is the lifeblood required to stimulate and grow our economy. The ability to move people and goods is key to the functioning of an economy, and is also key in providing our citizens access to opportunities that they desperately need. We can forget to attract any investment to Gauteng if prospective investors cannot effortlessly move their goods to the market. We cannot stimulate the township economy if small businesses cannot get their products to the market. Unless we decide that Gauteng must exclusively become a service economy where everybody works remotely, the lack of movement and people will inhibit our economy. So today I want to say to our Premier that before you go and promise the world to our province, you need to get the basics right first, or your grand plans will fail. Without buses, taxis, cars, bicycles, people, trains and trucks moving freely in our province, we cannot give our people access to opportunities. Deputy Speaker, we need a Gauteng Roads and Transport Department to work and work well. And it needs to be able to focus on its core mandate of regulating transport, improving public transport opportunities, and building and maintaining schools, and not become a courier company. This brings me to e-tolls. The Gauteng Cabinet has committed this department to the added responsibility of maintaining the freeways in the province, for which it does not have the capacity. We need to rethink the commitment made by the Premier and his Cabinet on behalf of our province. Gauteng just cannot afford this additional R2 billion liability. In fact, we are also concerned about the commitment to the R12.9 billion towards the e-toll debt. And we are concerned that the original debt has ballooned from 20 billion to almost 50 billion rand, and we have to take a share in that. The Gauteng government's proposal of funding through a hybrid model is also unclear. It sounds like increase in casino taxes and license fees will be used for the loan repayment. The Gauteng government wants to pay the loan off over a long term. This means that the original amount of 12.9 billion will attract interest as well. Deputy Speaker, we need a commitment in terms of political will and resources to a plan that will ensure that roads and transport infrastructure in this province contributes towards economic growth by moving people and goods effortlessly and economically through our province, within the framework of a consolidated and properly thought out urban planning model. However, the only way we will get rid of the current ANC chaotic approach to developing this province is to replace it with a DA government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nel. Honorable Taba. Honorable Taba. Duplessis.
Thank you very much. As in previous years, we see that several programs underspend on their budgets. On motor vehicle licenses, we saw an undercollection of 72,330,000 rand. On the sale of goods and services, there was an undercollection of 30,526,000 rand. Interest, dividends, and rent on land had an undercollection of 70,000 rand, and on financial transactions in assets, there was an undercollection of 1,275,000 rand. The department underspent by 774,461,000, with 470,000 reported as irregular expenditure and 580,000 in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This was incurred due to several reasons, such as delays in filling of posts, as well as savings that were not realized on cost containment items. The delivery of new road maintenance contractors led to a number of infrastructure projects not being realized on our provincial road network. There was a delay in the finalization of new bus tenders with a lower than usual travel usage by commuters. The delay of the government printing works also led to positions on the organogram not being filled and lower than expected spending on the budget. Another very worrisome trend is the fact that 0 square meters were upgraded on a target of 200,200 square meters, and also surface roads were rehabilitated from a target, was rehabilitated from a target of 310,114 square meters, due to an alleged suspension of works, inclement weather challenges, and community protests. 0 smart mobility planning studies were conducted and 0 surface roads were visually assessed. The same went for gravel roads, of which 0 was visually assessed, due to a limited capacity within the supply chain management unit. 0 mobility card-centric systems were integrated into one account-based ticketing system. The department has a vacancy rate of 33% and a total of 12.2% on senior management positions. A number of internal control deficiencies were also identified, such as the accounting officer not exercising oversight responsibly over financial reporting and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Senior management did not adequately review and monitor compliance. Senior management also reneged on the preparation of regular, accurate and complete financial information, which resulted in material misstatements. There are also ongoing investigations into allegations of unethical behaviour and procurement and contract management irregularities. All these factors paint a very bleak picture of a department that needs to supply opportunities to alleviate our unemployment figure. The Department of Transport and Logistics needs to be an enabler in paving the road to a better economic future for the province of Gauteng, something that these dismal figures do not reflect. The Democratic Alliance therefore demand that the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, MEC Kedi Bodi Diale, must take a close look at the problems facing the department and intervene for the sake of our province. Thank you.
Duplessis. Honorable Jovana.
Honorable Speaker of the House and the Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the legislature and the people of Gauteng at large. Madam Speaker, one of the service delivery mandates of the ANC is to provide safe, accessible and affordable public transport for our people. At the heart of this mandate resides a commitment to address dual responsibility of social and economic transformation. The above-mentioned mandate resonates well with the 2019 ANC election manifesto of building a social compact on infrastructure investment to unlock economic opportunities for our people. Similarly, the 2019 ANC election manifesto finds an expression in National Development Plan Vision 2030, which calls for investment in the transport sector to bridge geographic distance, affordable, foster reliable and safe, so that all South Africans can access previous inaccessible economic opportunities, social spaces and services. Accordingly, the 2021 ANC Caucus Lekgotla resolved on modernization, the transport provision in the province to assist, promote competitiveness and inclusive growth, as the transport is a key into a long-term growth and global competitiveness. Madam Speaker, to this end, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport committed to facilitate and provide an integrated transport system that is convenient for the movement of people in Gauteng province. In that context, the Smart Mobility Weekends was conceptualized as a collaboration between Gauteng Department of Transport and the City of Johannesburg Metro Municipality through its entity, Johannesburg Road Agency. This intergovernmental collaboration resulted in the formation of a team from GRA and GPDRT to engage in a visible service delivery in a form of repairing potholes, cutting grass, litter picking, to name a few. It is important to mention that the concept spread to other regions in our province, and a significant progress is being registered to that effect. Furthermore, a special app was created for people to report potholes. These are the good news, Member Nel. This is a direct response to ANC Caucus Lekgotla of the 2021, which resolved that the construction of roads and maintenance in the province should be considered as a cornerstone to generate a massive job and empowerment through the infrastructure development project. Madam Speaker, high staff turnover impact on the organizational capacity to meet its target. It is my pleasure to announce that the new HOD was appointed in December 2021, and recently, number of senior management vacancies were filled. Member C, the vacancy rate was resolved through the appointment in 2021. Madam Speaker, project monitoring, it is an important aspect of project management. For any project to be successful, it ought to be carefully planned and scheduled and monitored throughout. Previously, there were some projects that were stopped without trace, resulting in audit queries from Auditor General and a painful undermining the commitment of the ANC-led government to roll out public infrastructure to the benefit of the communities. To improve performance reporting, number of interventions were made to manage the project. Against that background, a transport infrastructure house system was introduced for the purpose of ensuring that all the tasks are completed on time. This project dashboard will enable the department to gather, aggregate, and organize key project data in one location. The potential spin-off of the system will, in a way, help to address project triangle essential of finishing project on time, on budget, and within a scope. Madam Speaker, we are building Gauteng province together. The ANC-led government is making strides in rolling out a number of projects and expediting completion of outstanding ones. To this end, progress was registered on the following project. Work has resumed on K46 project in Diepsloot. The project has stopped since 2017, Membanel. The road P39 between Maldrestrief to Diepsloot was revamped and it was officially opened by the Premier David Makura on the 18th of August 2022. The Vryheid Intermodal Facility project site has been handed over to the contractor and the Magaliesberg Road was recently completed. Madam Speaker, all the above-mentioned projects were integrated in a plan of municipality in line with the district development model, which calls for collaboration planning to be undertaken in all three spheres of government. It is noteworthy to mention that the department was able to meet its set performance target on procurement expenditure for youth. However, we acknowledge that the department continues to face a challenge with regard to achieving set target for women and people with disabilities. Madam Speaker, as the ANC-led government, we do acknowledge the challenges faced by the department. By a way of example, some infrastructure projects experience work stoppage due to community protests, delayed relocation of illegal occupants on the road reserves. Furthermore, some projects were not completed due to suspension of work caused by weather challenge and community protests, as well as court interdicts on awarding of construction contract in the 2021-2022 financial year. Proper planning boosts project performance and success rate. We remain confident that the appointment of the HOD and other senior managers will go a long way to resolve the challenges encountered in the year under review and further accelerate service delivery. We will continue to play oversight role to ensure the department implements accountability measures and consequence management for the period under review and avoid potential challenges in the next financial year. I therefore thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable MEC. Diale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me first thank Honourable Ndlovana for clarifying Madam Deputy Speaker, let me greet you and honourable members on the platform and honourable members in the House, as well as people of Gauteng and the officials of the Department of Roads and Transport led by the HOD, Dr. Buckley. And maybe one should first wish the Department of Health and Wellness in Gauteng for a successful commemoration of AIDS Day, and also encourage honourable members and people of Gauteng to continue observing the 16 days of activism, as well as the road safety campaign. Madam Deputy Speaker, maybe perhaps let me start with Honourable Neil. The e-tolls have fallen, and there was a campaign led by the ANC in Gauteng on behalf of people of Gauteng who have elected us to lead the provincial government in Gauteng. And we are working hard and will work closely with the people of Gauteng to come up with a sustainable solution in funding and financing the debt. So please, Nell, and I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps it's time for Honourable Nell to look into other opportunities for himself, because he's been in this House for quite some time that he is blinded and not able to see the progress as made by the ANC-led government. And maybe, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Maybe this is an opportunity for us to reflect on the strides made by the
Hey,
Order,
wait.
order,
Wait,
order.
Wait, listen to me. Wait. To reflect on the
Order,
strides made
order.
by the Department of Roads and Transport in supporting the provincial government's vision to grow Gauteng. So it's important.
It's after 12, by the way.
Emma Pele, wait, listen to me. Financial year 2021-2022 proved to be a very important financial year for us in our efforts to regroup, reimagine our operations, especially in the aftermath of global COVID-19 lockdowns and their effects on life as we know it. In simple terms, the financial year under review was the year of business unusual, a year of economic reconstruction and recovery, something that you must familiarize yourself with, ma'am. Honorable members, it is a well-known fact that Gauteng continues to be the biggest driver of our country's economy, which puts us as the department that is charged with the responsibility of easing mobility in the province and at the core of efforts of economic reconstruction and recovery. Underpinned by our smart mobility plan, our efforts to accelerate economic transformation meant that our internal and external institutional arrangements were responsive enough to enable our asset road network of 5.636 kilometers to serve and enable for the smooth movement of people, goods, and services. So it is only through a modernized, integrated, safe, and accessible transport system that we can turn the tide against sluggish growth and underdevelopment. In this regard, listen, we have established TEC, the Transport Authority of Gauteng, which is capacitated.
Order, honorable members.
Board that is ready to lead the entity's strategic direction of integrating public transport. TEC's main strategic objective is to ensure that Gauteng is indeed on the move. Upon assuming office, I met with TEC. Listen, madam. Mrs. Listen. I met with TEC board where I urged them to protect the entity from falling into the trap of distraction and corruption and thereby becoming another directionless public entity. So with the operationalization of TEC, we are confident that we are on course to modernize the transport system from the planning stages up to implementation. So watch our space, Mrs. Kukemurde. So one of the things that we have done and that we have done in the past financial year, Madam Deputy Speaker in the House, was to ensure implementation of multi-year ongoing road construction projects. And some of them, Honorable Ndlovana has spoken to this. To this is K69, which is to assist us to ease congestions into Mamelodi, the Mamelodi that your former government ensured that it's cramped and our people are unable to move freely in and out of the township. And the upgrading of this route will increase capacity, safety and accessibility for existing and future developments. Another one that we found we are constructing is K49. We're upgrading the dual carriageway of the road there, which is from PWV5 to Deep Slot. And this speaks to our TISH program. On road maintenance, we have made a significant progress and we continue to improve the provincial road infrastructure. And in accordance with our priority with Panyaza Lesufi, the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Nel, our priority will be ensuring that K54 in Mamelodi is completed, because this helps us link the roads infrastructure in Gauteng with the Moloto Road and the N4 Road. Rehabilitation of road R554 from 50.7 kilometers to 19.75 kilometers, something that the democratic government in Gauteng is doing for people of Gauteng, and your predecessors have failed in that regard. So we have been working hard as a government to ensure that we improve. Yes, of course, there are challenges that we are faced with as a government, and we are working hard to make sure that those are dealt with, and we managed to achieve. Honorable Deputy Speaker, my apologies, my Nell made sure that my iPad went off. So we have done a lot of work. We've also managed to create jobs, and amongst the jobs that we have created, we created jobs for young people, mostly black young people that you never cared about as the DA. We have created 1.587 job opportunities for women through our expanded public works programs. We also continued to, during COVID, established what we called COVID-19 public transport cadets, which has created opportunities for 552 military veterans. We also have created a 2-year internship program which has attracted around 72 interns who are employed within our department. We have managed to, something that we've been struggling with, award 17 tenders totaling to 4 billion in ensuring that we are able to continue constructing and developing roads in Gauteng as well as maintaining. And as part of our smart mobility program, we continued in the year under review to make strides towards building strong institutions and creating data-centric mobility through the modernization of transport system and infrastructure. I think one of the things that we have excelled in is to put together an app for potholes. And you would know that, honorable members, we are managing to patch all the potholes on provincial roads. The challenge is mostly in municipalities led by your DA. And I suggest that you start communicating to your colleagues in those municipalities to start working and servicing people of Tshwane, people of Johannesburg, and people of Ekurhuleni. We also, Madam Deputy Speaker and honorable members in the House, we have managed to, something that Honorable Nell, who has been in this House for more than 2 decades, is not seeing, that we continue to collect revenue, and we have achieved our revenue targets of 4.4 billion, making the department the highest revenue contributor in the Gauteng provincial government. How Nell doesn't see this as progress and as an achievement defeats me. I don't know. And maybe perhaps it's time for him to move on and leave younger people in the DA to take over. As part of our contribution to economic reconstruction, we have made sure that the department was able to pay almost 100% of service providers within 30 days, and 92% of those invoices were paid within 15 days. Nell, how come you didn't see this as a success and achievement of the department? What is your agenda, Nell? We continue making progress in strengthening good governance to ensure that our projects are delivered within costs, quality, and timelessly.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think in engaging with Honorable Nell, I want to commit to the House that I'm going to transform him and make sure that he sees the progress made by the ANC-led government as and when we engage with the portfolio.
Thank you, Honorable Nell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We will continue with the transformation and agenda in transforming the sector. The potholes are in the municipality. Go to Randall and fix. Randall must fix, not me.
Honorable Schneemann.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by greeting members of the African National Congress on this side of the House and members who have joined online. And I would also like to greet the White Caucus of the DA. And perhaps you could explain to us where the rest of your members are. I think it's an explanation that we need. But
we are here.
The White Caucus.
Deputy Speaker, the department received.
Honorable Schneemann, sorry, just a second. Apologies. Sorry for the interruption. I did not allow the secretary to read the order. For those who are not in their house, they should at least know or keep up. I apologize for that. I totally forgot. Okay, thank you. Maiden speech, yes. I was supposed to have protected you. Apologies, Honorable Tlabel. Thank you very much. And apologies, MEC, apologies. I was supposed to have protected you from that, but don't worry, we'll settle that. All right, Secretary, please, the next order for purposes of those who are not in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order of the day is consideration of Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Craig.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start again. I'd like to start by greeting members of the African National Congress on this side of the House. I'd also like to greet the Premier, who's joined online, and members of the Executive Council, and other members who are joined online, and then also to greet the White Caucus of the DA and ask that we be given an explanation as to where are the rest of their caucus, and also as to why has Member Nell taken the seat of Member Salim Simanga. Is this a coup or what is it? So,
we are in NCOP trying
let
to
me
attend
just firstly
a
start by
council
saying that the
your
Department
president has run away
of
from.
Roads and Transport received an allocation of 8.5 billion and spent 7.7 billion, and this resulted in an underspending of 9.09%. The GMA received an allocation of 2.7 billion through transfers received from the department, and the entire allocation was spent on planned targets for the period under review. With regards to G-Fleet Management, the committee noted that the entity's allocated budget for the financial year amounted to 789 million and spent 758 million, resulting in an under-expenditure of 4%. The committee noted that the underspending of the allocation by the department has decreased in the current financial year, whilst G-Fleet spending patterns remain constant compared to the previous financial year. I don't know why you didn't raise that, Member Nell. It's a good story that the department has actually managed to reduce its underspending in this financial year. The committee noted that most of the planned targets not realised were planned under the 4 programs of the department, and this was attributed to delays in the approval of new organisational structure, which has resulted in the delays in appointment of required skills, delays in tendering processes, work stoppages on ongoing roads, construction infrastructure projects, court interdicts on planned infrastructure projects, delays in the relocation of residents from road reserves, and the loss of a court case on the advertising and awarding of new bus contracts. The committee will continue to urge the department to exercise continuous monitoring and evaluation of planned infrastructure projects to ensure that delays experienced do not compromise service delivery targets. In relation to infrastructure projects, the committee noted that the department's, or should I say, that the Transport Infrastructure Programme was heavily compromised by challenges experienced in delivering on planned service delivery targets. These delays affected the construction of the K46 William Nicol, which experienced work stoppages due to community protests, the K54 Mamelodi and K69 Solomon Maklango, due to the delayed relocation of occupants or illegal occupants on the road reserves. And here the city of Tshwane has played a major contribution to the delay of those relocation of those occupants. And so I think you should look at that, Member Nell, as well. The P241 and the P156 were also not completed due to suspension of work as a result of weather challenges and community protests, as well as court interdicts on the awarding of construction of contracts for the K148 Tambo Springs, the K60 Waterfall and the K56. The committee is concerned over the continued delays in the above projects and implications thereof on the reprioritised timelines and budgets. In the Transport Operations Programme, the committee noted that the department was able to operationalise one new subsidised bus contract, and the new contracts Monetary value was allocated to previously disadvantaged public transport operators, namely the Meyerton bus contract, operated by Gauteng Coaches, and Triponza JV, wherein 30% of the contract in monetary value has been allocated to small bus operators, Triponza and the Meyerton Taxi Association. The committee noted that the department and G-Fleet received a qualified audit opinion with emphasis of matters, and the GMA received a clean audit. The committee commends the GMA for its consistent performance in delivery of services as planned. With regards to the department and G-Fleet, the committee also noted the department continued to experience challenges in achieving its set targets of obtaining a clean audit because of findings raised by the Auditor General on compliance with regulations and laws and findings on predetermined objectives. As part of the interventions to address the findings raised by the Auditor General, the committee noted that the department continues to adhere to its monitoring and evaluation frameworks and guidelines with the aim of obtaining an unqualified audit opinion for performance information in the 2022-23 financial year audit, and management has started to implement the corrective actions to the recommendations by the Auditor General. In cases of areas where the department does not have adequate capacity, the department will be seeking external assistance to provide assistance and aims to address the audit findings by the Auditor General by the end of the third quarter of the current financial year. The committee commends the continued level of performance by the Gautrain Management Agency in the current and previous financial years. With regards to the department and G-Fleet, the committee is of the view that the level of performance requires continuous attention and oversight by the committee in relation to implementation of infrastructure projects and implementation of the new organisational structure. The committee is of the view that the approval of the new organisational structure should be fast-tracked to enable the department to respond to the current challenges and find resolution on the challenges experienced. I move now to the concerns of the committee, which are as follows. The repeated emphasis of matter raised by the Auditor General on the performance of the department and G-Fleet management, the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure realised in the department and G-Fleet management, the continuous underspending and low level of attainment of planned service delivery targets by the department, taking into consideration that most of these targets not achieved have a long history of delayed implementation within the department. The continued delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects which experienced work stoppages due to community protests, delayed relocation of illegal occupants on road reserves, as well as court interdicts on the awarding of construction contracts and implications thereof on the reprioritised timelines and budget, and the delays experienced in the revival of the Kliptown Driver Licence Testing Centre and the relocation of the Xavier Driver Licence Testing Centre. In terms of the committee's recommendations, for which reports are required by the 3rd of February, the recommendations are as follows, and the reports that are required on the following. On the implementation plan and progress thereof to address emphasis of matter as raised by the AG on the audit opinion, on the performance of the department and G-Fleet management, on the investigations on irregular expenditure and implementation of outcomes thereof. The report should also include measures that have been put in place to ensure that wasteful and fruitless expenditure is prevented in the department and G-Fleet management. On the intervention plan and progress thereof to address the underspending of the allocated budget and implementation of service delivery targets that were not achieved across all programs. On the infrastructure projects which experienced work stoppages due to community protests, delayed relocation of illegal occupants on road reserves not completed, as well as court interdicts on the awarding of construction contracts in the 2021-22 financial year, and implications thereof on the reprioritised timelines and budgets, on the revival of the Kliptown DLTC and the relocation of the Xavier Street DLTC. I'd like to thank the MEC, the HOD and the departmental officials for their cooperation during this process. I would also like to thank all members of the Portfolio Committee for their participation and contribution in this process that we undertook. As well as our thanks also goes to the committee support team for their support and for the work that they've done during this process. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management Annual Performance Report for 2021-2022. In my remaining few minutes, I would also like to express on behalf of the committee our appreciation to the former MEC for Roads and Transport and the new MEC for Finance, MEC Mamabolo. We'd like to thank him for always being available to interact with the Portfolio Committee. It was a pleasure to have been able to work with you, sir. I would like to take the opportunity as well to welcome the new MEC for Transport and Logistics, MEC Diali Klabela. We look forward to working with you going forward and wish you every success in your new responsibilities. I would also like to say that whilst we've had negative inputs from some of the members, one would want to appreciate as well the positive inputs from Member Ndlovana. And in the last couple of weeks, we've had endless good story news related to transport in our province. And hopefully, members will start to attend meetings as well and be able to gain insight from the department on the work that is being done. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder for the adoption of the report?
I rise to second, Madam Deputy Speaker, Paul Malema.
Thank you. I now put the question. Those who agree with the adoption of the report, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who do not agree,
Aye.
those who do not agree or not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entity for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Nkosi Malobane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me greet you and thank you for the opportunity to present my debate. I'd also like to acknowledge the Premier who have connected virtually. I'd also like to recognize the Chief Whip, the Executive Council, as well as honorable members and the people of Gauteng. It gives me great pleasure to address this August House as we debate the annual performance report of the Government Department of Economic Development for 2021-22 financial year. The assessment looks at the performance of the department as a reflect on the strides by the ANC-led government in the province against the broader mandate of social and economic transformation. These strides are premised on an organization which is characterized by the ability to serve the mandate of the people. Right on the onset, allow me to reflect that this debate takes place during a very important but sad period in our country, the 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children. This is a time we should all come together and fight the scourge of GBVF, which has become much more than a pandemic. We should also use this time to remind ourselves as a government collective that we have failed to protect and create a safe environment for those we claim to love most, our women and children. Let me remind every member in this House and the citizen at large that as long as we have a mother, a sister, a wife, an aunt, and a girl child, know that at some point they might become victims of rape and GBVF if nothing is done to eradicate the scourge. We could all be next, particularly the female legislators. This debate also takes place during the most trying times in our country when a cold-blooded racist mother, Yalus Walus, is about to walk free from prison and to continue to kill black people. The sad reality is that as the legislatures were failed Comrade Hani, the freedom fighter, as well as his family for not changing those archaic, outdated apartheid laws of 1956 that today they become part of our constitution. I call upon all peace-loving legislators at all levels to seriously reflect on reviewing all these laws that don't benefit our people, but rather focus on a privileged few. In this case, it benefits a cold-blooded racist killer. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Department of Economic Development further give hope and aspiration of the people of Gauteng towards economic emancipation and salvage from the poverty, unemployment, and inequality. As the ANC-led government, we have implemented the Gauteng 4th Industrial Revolution, growth and digitalization strategy, which has 4 pillars: digital infrastructure, enabling environment, enabling technologies, and human capital development. This will enable our city region to build a dynamic digital economy that offers employment to the youth and opportunity to entrepreneurs. In this regard, we know the department is rolling out several initiatives to achieve reliable connectivity that provides inclusive access, supports new businesses, create new players and markets, and improve government services to improve Gauteng competitive position through 4IR and other technologies. Also considering improvement on research, development, and innovation to develop skills for the future economic growth. We also are comforted that this annual performance report provides an overview of the departmental mandate as informed by the national provincial priorities through the National Development Plan, Growing Gauteng Together 2030, as well as working towards the realization of the African Agenda 2063 aspiration on a prosperous Africa based on inclusive economic growth and sustainable development. Honorable members, we acknowledge the effort of this House in considering and processing the Gauteng Township Economic Development Bill as a cornerstone to improve the life of the residents across the corridors of Gauteng. Further, the department is commended for the hundreds of new township backyard units being constructed and numerous cooperatives as a great achievement with the intention to improve economic emancipation and tackle the socio-economic challenges head-on for all people, especially the poor and working class. The focused preferential procurement on skills development and local SMMEs is warmly welcomed, for it is through such initiatives that we see historically disadvantaged people accessing economic opportunities in the province. In this regard, the growth of the third economy, which is actually informal economy, is noted and welcome as it forms the lifeblood of our township and rural areas. The focus on gender empowerment, especially on women and children and youth, is noteworthy in the ongoing struggle for gender equality and eradication of gender-based violence. Allow me, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to also stress the need to protect all communities from stigmatization, unfair discrimination, and hatred, irrespective of their racial, religious, personal, sexual, political, or ideological opinion. While on the topic of all communities, we also stress the need to engage all communities through the departmental community engagement programs. While we geographically cover all areas, it is also critically important that we focus on engaging all communities in our province. In other words, all races, Africans, coloreds, Indians as well as white. Gauteng is a melting pot for various communities and cultures, and it is important that each of them are engaged by the department. We note with concern the regression on the overall audit outcome on many entities, whilst the Gauteng Industrial Development Zone maintained its audit opinion as unqualified with no findings. We welcome the improvement on the Innovation Hub on its audit outcome from unqualified with findings in the prior year to clean audit in the current year. More especially, the positive reports from the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone is indeed welcome. This is Africa's first automotive city and a preferred automotive investment destination, not only for South Africa, but for the region as a whole. Through this and similar success, the province is positively poised to take the lead in growing Africa's new industrial revolution. Yes, indeed, the department has outlined that we have many challenges as Gauteng. Take, for instance, the massive immigration we are experiencing as a province, which places immense pressure on public infrastructure and many and may also be linked to high levels of crime. While we have a substantial number of foreign nationals in migration into Gauteng every year, ours is not to demonstrate hatred and xenophobia, but also to address our economic challenges of our people. As long as the process is controlled and the laws regulations of the province are adhered to, we can use this phenomenon as an opportunity than as a challenge. For it is that sustains the third informal economy and contributes to the overall economic growth and per capita income of the province. As I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Executive Authority, Accounting Officer and the senior management of the department should also ensure that the key service delivery commitments that are meant to bring about economic growth and create job opportunities are prioritized to improve the livelihood of the citizens of Gauteng City region. Furthermore, the department should focus strongly on improving the audit outcome of its entities and cap any findings which may potentially occur in future and assess progress made by the department and entities in applying the recommendation made by the AG. We acknowledge the challenges encountered by the department, and through robust and relentless oversight, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Economic Development Department during the year under review. We are also comforted that despite the challenges, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development had remained committed in its service delivery objectives to advance the struggle of human emancipation for economic empowerment, to alleviate poverty and improve socio-economic conditions of Gauteng City region, to advance social welfare services and service delivery in general. We stand confident that the issues raised in this address on the strides taken by the economic recovery will be further enhanced and intensified, because as the ANC-led government, we focus on economic emancipation of all, and I repeat, of all people of our country. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief. Chairs, Honorable Nkosima Lobana. Honorable Silias. Set the clock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the DA, we believe that the primary goal of governance is to advance and protect the economic and personal freedoms of every individual in society. In testing this assumption, we have certain features. One of them is a capable administration, strong, efficient, and impartial public institutions, accountability and learnability on the part of all stakeholders, but also the supremacy of the rule of law, fairness and impartiality in the allocation of public resources. So I appreciate your comments to the previous speaker. The annual report process should be a useful metric for all of these features that I've mentioned. But the AG only has the powers conferred to it in the Public Audit Amendment Act. And so unfortunately, this debate will not help us assess the impact that this department had on the lives of the poor, because the AG doesn't measure impact, especially those most vulnerable citizens, those in the townships, the informal settlements, and the hostels. I'm going to quote from the AG's briefing notes to SCOPA. This is what she said. These financial statements submitted were free from material misstatement, and that's a good thing. A recurring concern on the financial statement is the management's inability to account for the investment in Marupeng, our Africa Leisure, except for the movable assets which were disclosed. This has been a recurring issue for the past 7 years, since the PPP expired in 2015, and which the recommendations provided to the department and the due diligence conducted, however, recommendations have not been implemented. Perhaps you must have the building burned down, and then you can take the AG on review. Regression on the audit outcomes can be attributed to the usefulness and the reliability of some reported performance indicators. Some indicators are not verifiable, as the primary source documents could not be obtained to support the reported achievement on Programme 4. Furthermore, some indicators were not supported by valid and accurate evidence. I will leave it to my colleagues on that side of the House to highlight the good things that DED did, because there are good things, and it's your job to highlight those things. The world is becoming more open. In the future, I hope we embrace the acceleration of ICT disruption. Our unemployed youth need opportunities in science, technology, engineering, and math. They already have the resources right in their hands, but they're using it to scroll through their Facebook feed. So especially with open source technology and free opportunities, of which there are many, to learn languages that you don't require a formal university degree for, I worry that this government is not going to capitalize on the lessons we learned during the pandemic. Permanent changes to economic opportunities are afoot, and I've not heard this government pick up on these changes. They are playing catch-up in a permanently disrupted world. DED is currently more of a hollowed-out shell. It's reminiscent of an employment agency, with all these entities and their boards existing to pay salaries and tick all the right boxes, and they do tick many of the right boxes. On the annual performance plan, they provide pristine annual financial statements to the AG. They honestly disclose irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure because that is the right honourable thing to do and it's prescribed in the law. But to the unemployed youth sitting on a dusty pavement in Kutsong, scrolling through his news feed, these are all just vanity metrics. To him, they mean nothing. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Silius. We'll now move to Honourable Duplessis.
Good day, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier, members and members of the public. The Democratic Alliance knows that without economic development, any potential for political openness and freedom is questionable. It is through economic development and growth that we are able to create a society that is inclusive and just. Thus, a fundamental focus of any government has to be realizing an environment for economic growth and opportunities, especially in a developing country and economy with a history of injustice like ours. The foundational and the rudimentary function of the annual report shows an adequate performance in the year 2021-22. However, when you dig deeper, you include the AG report and most importantly, look at the impact of the department on the lives of everyday people. The picture shows less than adequate performance. In fact, it shows a failure in creating an economic environment that is inclusive or growing. In addition to the lack of the on-the-ground impact, there is also the question as to why 96.7% of the budget was spent, but only 67.31% of the KPIs were reached. With a dismal performance in all of the entities, including a 53% achieved goals in Gauteng Tourism Authority, a potentially top performer or contributor to the GDP. This is shocking. When the official unemployment rate in Gauteng is 37%, and youth unemployment has increased by 7%, and economic growth is predicted to reduce to between 2.1 and 2.4%. No matter the adequate performance and reporting, something is not working, and something has to change. The basics are missing. The people and the public sector are not truly seen as the center and the drivers of economic growth. People are seen as part of a tick box exercise for a report, and they are fed political promises over years that have never been achieved in this financial year or any other, and thus no real change is felt or seen on the ground. The lack of focus on key activities and strategies that grow the economy is clear. And in addition to this, there is no consequence management or implementation of consequence management for any entity or official who has not only failed to achieve KPIs, but failed the people of Gauteng by not creating an environment for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive economic growth and sustainable development that is achieved through fostering transformation, growth, and industrialization of the economy as per the African Agenda 2063. Let us take a moment and realize it is incredibly sad that almost 30 years after liberation, people are still oppressed by a lack of economic opportunities, and they are still excluded from the whole of society through a lack of integrated transport, minimal access to appropriate and excellent skills development, or just basic human rights. The people of Gauteng deserve better. The people of Gauteng deserve a government that cares enough to create an environment that supports economic growth and is not in competition with it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now give the MEC an opportunity to respond to the debate. MEC Mutara.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me greet everybody in the House. And on this World AIDS Day, remember those who have sacrificed and have passed on from this pandemic, affected or infected, and wish those well in recovering from this tragedy as we commemorate International World AIDS Day in South Africa and beyond. Importantly, I think, Madam Chair, is for us to be able to contextualize what has happened in our economy, in particular following the 2021-22 financial year, which marked our end of the period to complete the alignment to the Gauteng Provincial Government's Growth and Development Strategy, otherwise known as GGT 2030. The period under review also saw the South African economy in a recovery mode, albeit from a low base, which was recorded in 2020. For us, this economic performance resulted in the relaxation of the COVID-19-induced lockdown, the implementation of the Gauteng Economic Recovery Plan, higher commodity prices, as well as a recalculation of the economic base in the country. As we focused on growing the economy in Gauteng, the 2021 July civil unrest took place mainly in Gauteng and KZN. This setback created instability in the economy of Gauteng, incurring 3.5 billion rand in damages and culminating in a gross domestic product contraction of approximately 0.8% in the third quarter of 2021. It is within this context that the priority for the year under review was to ensure that the Gauteng DED and its entities have the institutional capacity required to deliver on priorities outlined in the GGT 2030. The first step to achieving this was setting up the Economy and Jobs War Room, which is meant to be an implementation space for accelerating the GGT 2030 in partnership with the private sector and organized structures from various sectors. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Technical Advisory Panel, which plays a critical role in support as well as the direction of the Jobs War Room. Our second step focused on stabilizing the leadership of the department and its entities. During the year under review, the HOD was appointed, as well as the appointment of key senior management service personnel, although the AG did make a point of the fact that the department still is plagued with a high vacancy rate. It is something that the department is focusing on, and we will see recovery as well as improvement over the next financial year. We continue to ensure that consumer rights of the people in Gauteng are protected and the people know their consumer rights. To ensure that their rights are protected, we have enlisted the help of 50 young people who serve as consumer champions on the ground, educating our citizens and economy. As a department, we are given a responsibility to regulate the liquor industry. This area was negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, in the year under review, we managed to achieve some of our set targets and continue to find creative ways of addressing the backlogs. Part of the task was to stabilize the Gauteng Liquor Board to clear all backlogs, especially in the licensing area. In the period under review, we passed the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act on the 24th of March in particular. The first of its kind in South Africa, the Act does aim to prioritize the economic development of township areas through leveraging of government expenditure to improve economic activity in township spaces. The TIDA also aims to create favorable trading conditions for township enterprises and foster an enabling environment through intensifying connectivity in townships, an area spoken about by Member Sizakele. In the context of increased fiscal pressure, it's important, however, that the government acts as an aggregator of resources and leverages on other stakeholders to magnify the impact of our resources. In line with the approach above, the department was able to leverage on its targeted partnerships and raise about 1 billion rand in resources from a combination of the SMME fund that was established through a partnership with IDC, the Retail Partnership Fund, and the Rebuilding Fund. This not only demonstrates the ability of the department to leverage resources from others, but also is an important demonstration of the strength of the social compact the department has established with the private sector. The year 2021-22 for us was a year of implementation through the eye of GGT 2030, and it meant prioritizing project management discipline in how programs are implemented. Therefore, the strategic focus for the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller through its programs has been characterized by concerted efforts to support small enterprises, particularly as they recover from COVID-19. As part of the Gauteng Economic Recovery and Rebuilding, GEP, together with its shareholder GDED, launched the Gauteng Rebuilding Fund for the SMMEs that were impacted by the July civil unrest. For us, an important partnership was a partnership between the Township Economic Partnership Fund, which is a partnership between ourselves, GPG, through DED, GEP, and IDC, and that is all in order to strengthen the support to SMMEs and provide funding to township-based enterprises. Our tourism authority that you spoke so eloquently about as one of the implementing agents of DED has a mandate to develop, promote, coordinate, and facilitate responsible and sustainable tourism in the Gauteng City region. It contributed to the national development priorities by implementing projects that aimed at promoting and positioning Gauteng as the preferred business and leisure destination in Africa. The Cradle of Humankind, as you're well aware, that is undergoing a number of changes, both in its operations, as well as just being able to ascertain and understand how this key World Heritage Site can leverage both the economy of the province, but also be a booster for tourism. The easing of the lockdown restrictions saw the Gauteng Gambling Board increase its gambling tax collections for this financial year. These are all areas of improvement owing to a number of institutional stabilities that have been put in place, as well as a focus on ensuring that we recover as well as reconstruct the economy of Gauteng. Our aim is to take it back to a pre-COVID period, albeit from a low base, but we believe that with the right partnerships, with the right leverages, and with the correct support, we will be able to take it there. As you have correctly mentioned, that our annual report was free from material misstatements, and I couldn't agree with you more that the fact that we are able to accurately and honestly present the finances of the department is not an indicator of development on the ground, but it is a good indicator of good governance. It is a good indicator of that which the people need to have both investor confidence, because sound finances, sound governance will increase the ability of investors, whether in South Africa or beyond, to be able to contribute to the economy of the country. I'm sure had we had an annual report which had a myriad of material misstatements, non-disclosure of irregular expenditure, you would have stood up, made a case for the fact that the department is not in a sound financial position, is not meeting the AG requirements, is not able to leverage, is not able to attract investors. But for us to be able to attract investors, we've got to be able to say to investors, this is our position financially, and if we can demonstrate that we have good governance and good finances, it is automatic that investors will come, because they know that putting their money here and investing in the province, including addressing challenges of energy, their investments will not go to waste, will be correctly accounted for, will be able to demonstrate to them what we are able to do. And the fact remains that the fiscus and treasury cannot fund all the priorities itself. It needs all of us to be able to come together but attract investments outside of the fiscus to grow the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutala. Will the Secretary please read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maseke, please present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I will be tabling the annual report for 2021-2022 financial year for vote 3. Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I'm not going to be reading as tabled. Therefore, I will focus on the executive summary on concerns, recommendations, acknowledgement, as well as the adoption. In terms of the executive summary, this report aims to highlight key challenges and successes attained by the Department of Economic Development, herein referred to as the Department. The work undertaken by the Department is guided by the policies and priorities adopted by the Gauteng Provincial Government, which are related to the transformation, modernization, reindustrialization of the Gauteng economy. In light of this, the Department and its entities are set to develop and implement programs that will ensure decent employment, revitalize township economies, stimulate growth and investments. As part of its mandate of oversight and scrutiny, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee exercises oversight over the Department. The committee noted that the Department budgeted an amount of 1,782,911,000 in the year under review and an amount of 1,733,913,000 has been spent by the Department, which constitutes 97.25% expenditure. Despite the fact that under expenditure is within the 3% threshold as acceptable by Treasury, the amount of 48,997,000 is deemed by the committee to be a significant amount that could have been channeled towards service delivery imperatives. Despite this, some of the critical targets achieved relate to the 100% payment of suppliers within 15 days and 40% spending on procurement towards women-owned businesses. In the year under review, the Department reported on targets related to the Department and those which relates to entities. Considering this, the Department achieved 67.31% of all its targets, meaning that 35 out of 52 targets were attained. With respect to targets attained by entities, the committee noted that the Gauteng Tourism Authority achieved 8 of the 15 targets planned. The Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site attained 17 of 20 targets. The Gauteng Growth Development Agency realized 49 of its 73 targets. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller attained 14 of its 21 targets. The Gauteng Gambling Board achieved 21 of its 23 targets. And lastly, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone achieved 5 out of 9 targets. The committee was impressed with the work undertaken by the Gauteng Growth Development Agency on the planned rand value of foreign direct investments facilitated an amount to the value of 9.3 billion against the targeted 6.2 billion, indicating some growth when compared to the 2.9 billion achieved during the previous financial year. Furthermore, the committee finds comfort in that the Department created and facilitated 8,700 jobs. Out of these 8,700 jobs, 6,890 of these jobs are permanent jobs and 1,666 being temporary jobs. The number of youth employed amounted to 2,539, whilst female youth totaled 570. 52 jobs were created for people living with disabilities. The committee is encouraged that the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller has taken matters of consequence management into consideration, wherein on matters that there is suspicion of fraudulent elements such as matters were referred to the law enforcement agencies for further investigation. The committee further appreciates the steps taken by the entity in trying to root out such behavior. However, it should be noted that a report on all actions taken against employees responsible for wasteful, irregular, and fruitless expenditure should be submitted to the committee, including the status update on all matters that are criminal in nature under investigation. The committee noted that the enacting and implementation of the Township Economic Development Act, which is formerly known as TIDA, in the year under review was a milestone for the department. In doing so, the department also further elaborated on some of the key issues attained thus far and others still in progress through the implementation of the Act. The committee will continuously monitor the implementation of the Act. Lastly, Chair of Chairs, all matters as raised by the Auditor General should be attended to by the department, including entities, in order to remedy the regression observed in the year under review. As the department and some of its entities obtain unqualified audit with findings from unqualified reports with no findings, the committee will observe the implementation of mitigation measures with the view to correct this scenario. On committee concerns, the committee's concerns with the following: the inability by JEB to utilize the 86 million rand received during the 2021-2022 financial year adjustment period for contracting financing in support of SMMEs, the lack of tangible outcomes from the funds that are being leveraged on, in particular, the 250 million rand. On Programme 4, the lack of intergovernmental relations between municipalities in the implementation of the Lanzaria Smart City. On Gauteng Growth Development Agency, the slow pace by the GGDA implementing economic infrastructure projects, including the delays experienced in the many of these projects. On the Automotive Industrial Development Center, the unsustainability operations at the Winterfeld Hub. On the Innovation Hub, the number of ECAC labs that are not fully operational, whether due to lack of machinery in the facilities or the number of students incubated willing to be part of the incubation program. On JEB, the failure by JEB to submit the portfolio of evidence to the Auditor General during the audit period for the 2021-2022 financial year. Further to that, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 353,000, which was incurred by the department, including the inability by the department and some entities not to obtain clean audits. Therefore, the committee requests a response to these concerns as part of the recommendations, and all this should be responded to the committee by the 31st of March 2023. Therefore, the committee recommends the following: the department should appraise the committee on a quarterly basis on the status of the request to approve the rollover of the 86 million rand allocation from JEB by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. The department should ensure that the funds leverage of the 250 million bear fruit and realize tangible outcomes such as creating jobs in various sectors and other economic opportunities within the townships in the province. In the report, JEB gave a detailed account on the leveraging of the 250 million and other funds through partnerships. The committee therefore recommends that JEB give a detailed plan on the accountability measures that are in place to ensure that funds are accounted for to avert any financial mismanagement. The department should, through the MEC of Economic Development, engage with the mayor of the city of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality to encourage the council in that city to pass a resolution to implement the Lanzaria Smart City. In this regard, and intergovernmental relations should be strengthened in an effort to bolster service delivery and conclude such projects aimed at creating employment. The committee will continue to urge the department to uphold its commitments and finalize all infrastructure projects such as the Constitutional Hill Vista Center and Bioscience Park Phase 3 projects by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. The Winterfeld Hub has experienced challenges due to the closure emanating from community protests over procurement issues. The department should develop a turnaround strategy to be employed on the Winterfeld Hub to get it to be fully operational and attain its intended objective. The department should revise the current strategy employed in running the ECAC lab program, as some of the ECAC labs are not serving their intended purpose. Therefore, the department should develop and submit a turnaround strategy that will ensure that these ECAC labs attain their objectives. JEB should address all concerns raised by the Auditor General on the entity's failure to submit portfolio of evidence during the audit period. The department should give a detailed report on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred, amounting to 353,000 due to the cancellation of an international trip. The report should outline the background to this trip and its cancellation, the actions taken on this matter, the rationale related to paying the service provider, albeit the fact that the trip was cancelled, and lastly, the process taken to approve payment to the service provider on the cancellation trip. The committee continues to hold the view that all findings raised by the AG be addressed by the department and entities to ensure that clean audits are obtained going forward. More so, on a quarterly basis, the committee will engage with the AG to cap any findings which may potentially occur in future and assess progress made by the department and entities in applying the recommendations made. In terms of acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge the commitment made by the MEC and the department in their presentation, including the entities. I will also want to appreciate the work done by committee members and support staff. In terms of the adoption, after due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee anonymously adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report for the year 2021-22 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's report and on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseke. Can I get a seconder to the adoption of the report?
I move to second, Chair. Member Tsiye.
Thank you very much, Member Tsiye. Now I'll put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Kanyane.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Chair of Committees, the Chief Whip, the MEC, all the MECs present in this platform, the Premier wherever he is, honorable members. The purpose of being afforded today is to critically highlight, amongst others, the advances made, barriers transcended, and partnership forged by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in accelerating service delivery within the province as contained in Vote 11 of the annual report. Its contribution to the attainment of a well-oiled machine can never be undervalued, since it is crucial to the provision of veterinary services, mechanization programs, pollution, waste management, to all the 5 regions that we have in the province. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee explained this in detail with corresponding figures and percentages connected herewith. In fact, the reality of the excellent performance of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is such that it can boast with 100% achievement against the set standards, with the mere exception of infrastructure projects. Members will be appreciative of the fact that this department for the past 5 consecutive years performed well within the legislature with a clean audit qualification from the AG report. While all this occurred against the backdrop of an ailing national and international economy, this department is trying its utmost to spend funds proportionally and commensurately. It should be borne in mind that heading this department requires a high level of commitment, a rare skill to manage a province that contributes 35.1% of the national GDP, which in real terms equates to 1.1 trillion. The very same department is also at the forefront of assisting with the capacitation of emerging small farmers so as to ensure that they are in par with well-established primary farmers. They empowered township cooperatives regarding piggery production inputs, grains, vegetable seeds. At the heart of the budget allocation, there is an attempt to address socio-economic conditions of our people, the fight to poverty, unemployment, disease, decent income, and livelihoods. This is in line with the NDP program that requires commitment to a decent standard of living for all and the need to eliminate poverty, as well as commitments to substantially reduce inequality, create full employment, and so on. Just to give you an example, TEPO 1 million. It is a public knowledge that a range of seemingly insurmountable challenges have plagued this project over a protracted period of time. But the Portfolio Committee, through its oversight, ensured that the department created 2,459 jobs that were shared amongst the youth in the 2021-22 financial year. Due to the Portfolio Committee's efforts, through rigorous and robust oversight, the department created 156,000 green jobs opportunities. So the agricultural land was rehabilitated in the city of Tshwane and Mogale City. Again, I should put this to your attention, that this Portfolio Committee comprises of some activists with ideological clarity and who subscribes to a notion of analytical alertness as propounded by Lenin, the capacity to provide concrete analysis of the concrete situation. Moving to the 30 days payment. It is highly encouraging to observe that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is actualizing the call made by the Premier for adherence of the 30 days payment period for services rendered by service providers. In fact, 6% of service providers were paid within 10 days and 94% within 15 days. We know it's a public knowledge that there's been an outcry for a number of years by service providers that government department should get their act together in regard to remuneration for service provided. We know that many of the service providers, especially from historically disadvantaged communities, rely solemnly on these contracts. In the past, and as we speak, many of the service providers went to ruin, subsequent to non-payment by several government departments. Such disregard for service providers, of which a sizable proportion is SMMEs, negates government's noble intention as regards the development of the HDIs. Now, let's welcome what the department has demonstrated, a well-oiled scientific process insofar as systems, protocols, resources, inter alia are concerned. Needless to say that the implications of the 30 days payment period is such that it would be favorable for the expansion and development of the eminent township economy. Invariably, this will ease the burden and some challenges that the emerging township businesses may be subjected to. Now, the department is focused and they really adhere to the township economic bill that we've enacted in this House. And again, they've moved further to subscribe to the current line of march from the Premier and the team. In the 5th legislature, we have been following the TMR, still continuing, but now the Premier knew from the box. He has invented the TISH, Township, Informal Settlement, and hostels. That is the focus. Now, coming to the use of consultants, it should be noted that within the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, especially at the upper echelons, inevitably, contracting consultants will continuously occur, and that is due to the specialized skills needed. Members should understand that agriculture is a science. However, at the lower levels, there is an existing tendency that seeks collaborations with private business entities. Suffice to say that the nature of the interaction may, in many cases, be forced to such an extent as to be of minute benefit, if at all, to the working class and the poor. Now, as the Portfolio Committee, we warned the department against private capture of the state that involves the parasitic looting of the public purse. And the department, we are moving together. Now, in light of this, one would like to advocate for a kind of a relationship that's informed by socialist principles as expressed to monopoly capital, which is which to date has largely been exploitative of the working class. And I further deem it proper to applaud the department its endeavor of allocating a sizable number of billions to the development of infrastructure across the province. These efforts or endeavors is highly in sync with the Gauteng vision that espouses for the re-engineering of architectural designs and of relics from the old regime. It is this department that remains deeply committed to play a role in society in favor of the interest of the overwhelming majority of our people. The very assumption behind a new growth path, an industrial policy that is for a strong interventionalist state aimed at tackling poverty and unemployment. Linked to this, there is access to government business opportunities. Such a venture that seeks to ensure inclusivity of the historically disenfranchised will go a long way in addressing economic emancipation. Embedded in the venture are aspects around the education regarding emerging entrepreneurs, the management of businesses, the transference of knowledge around applications for funding and the application for tenders, and a range of matters connected herewith. The expansion of the training programs geared towards the empowerment of the vulnerable communities in understanding the business world is highly encouraging, and this intention by the department has also demonstrated its willingness and commitment to take services to communities' doorstep. This effort by the department is very much in line with the value of labor power as a commodity. Members' attention should also be drawn to the spin-offs. The department has contributed immensely on agro-processing, agri-parks, urban agriculture, mobile veterinary services, and nature reserves for eco-tourism. I applaud the path that the department is pursuing, as this is indeed an indicative of a high level of responsiveness to the needs of the majority of our people. Be that as it may, the sample space with regard to possibilities of maneuvering in a manner contrary to the people's expectation is constrained to the extent that the people's voice allows only one thing, only one outcome, and that is holistic change. In the palace of socialist ideology, the route that the department has embarked upon, in a sense, accentuates and brings our government closer to the people. This is indeed an attempt to address socio-economic challenges our communities are facing that are characterized by joblessness, poverty. Now, the working class, as part of the motor forces, are now abreast and exposed to various faculties within this department. Notwithstanding the former, the department should be wary of employment opportunities which have the potential of causing more harm than good. Implicit reference is made to casual labor.
As I conclude,
it is sincerely hoped that the department will duly consider the constructive inputs made and would be inspired to come up with measures to ensure success along the current ideological trajectory. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyane. We'll now have Honorable Engelbrecht, who will also join the debate.
Chair of Chairs, Gauteng has a highly diversified, market-orientated agricultural economy that should contribute to the food security, social welfare and job creation. It's a complex and volatile environment, intensified by environmental, political and social change. Consumers are becoming more conscious about the content and safety of our food, how it is produced, and the resultant environmental and social impact. Yet this department's spending on goods and services has been very slow, resulting in underspending of over 100 million rand, 10% of its total budget, with 23% of its targets not achieved. Agriculture and rural development underspent by 75 million rand due to lack of spending on contractors, farming supplies and inventory. Environmental affairs underspent by almost 20 million rand. This should not happen when the need is so big amongst our emerging farmers and with the current high unemployment rate. The underperformance is mainly due to lack of adequate monitoring over internal controls and continual problems with the infrastructure development management system and supply chain management, where business plans need to be fast-tracked to roll out infrastructure projects. And this created delays in crucial infrastructure projects. Chair of Chairs, we are in the 4th industrial revolution, yet the department still has problems with the management system, resulting in late submission of tenders. With non-responsive outcomes, the department was forced to re-advertise these tenders, causing unacceptable delays in projects being implemented. And this led to annual targets set for township spending not being realised. A good example is that due to tenders not being advertised, only 3 out of the 35 recycling facilities were supported, and recycled furniture that should have been made out of invasive plants was not achieved. Of huge concern is the underspend of the 142 million land care conditional grant, with only 85% spent. This was again due to late approval of business plans, resulting in non-achievement of targets for both green jobs that should have been created and rehabilitated agricultural land, which wasn't done. We need to investigate the lack of achievement of the overall plan targets, determine why there were so many fraudulent S&T claims in the department, and determine why there are so many pending lawsuits amounting to almost 150 million rand. The department battled with a large outbreak of livestock diseases and a shortage of Rift Valley vaccines, which affected mostly small livestock farmers. Biosecurity measures must be improved with a focus on research and development, specifically zoonotic diseases, foodborne pathogens, and a vaccine development for livestock diseases. There is also scope for the development of digital innovations in the agri-tech sector, particularly those that address the constraints and needs of smallholder farmers. It is a sad day indeed for our emerging farmers that during the 2021 financial year, over 100 million rand is being returned to Treasury, and that 29 out of 128 targets were not achieved. I thank you.
Honorable J. Miller to also join the debate. I refer to you as Mr. My apologies.
Not a problem.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to everyone. The Environmental Affairs Programme was allocated 317 million rand and failed to spend almost 20 million of this allocated budget. The overall expenditure for this programme has now fallen below the accepted 3% of the budget range in the financial year under review. With the impact statement, transition the Gauteng city region to a low-carbon, resource-efficient and climate-resilient economy, one would expect more. The Environmental Quality Management sub-programme only managed to achieve 88% of its target. The purpose of the sub-programme is to build an environment that is low-carbon, energy efficient and minimises waste. While the finalised waste licence application formalisation of waste recycling cooperatives and training of these cooperatives met their targets, many others achieved 0%. The feasibility study for the regional integrated waste facility stands at 0% of its target. Buyback centres upscaled to commercial level achieved 0% of their target, and the promulgation of the Gauteng waste minimisation regularisation has reached 0% target. Recycling facilities and buyback centres supported with recycling equipment only managed to reach 4% of their target. It is vital that these programs start to function properly if the GGT 2030 priority is sustainable development for future generations. Waste and the disposal thereof remains a major concern in our province. not only for the well-being of our environment, but also for the health of our communities. Chair of Chairs, the Compliance and Enforcement Subcommittee, whose purpose it is to minimise and mitigate the environmental impact through inspections and enforcement actions, exceeded its target. According to the annual report, the administrative enforcement notices issued for non-compliance with environmental management legislation almost doubled their target, as far more offenders were caught than originally anticipated. This achievement, however, is marred by the fact that only 45% of the administrative enforcement notices were complied with. If we want to be serious about protecting the environment for future generations, then educating our people on the importance of environmental protection and prosecution of transgressions must become a priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now have Honorable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Madam Speaker, Acting Speaker, an increase in agricultural productivity in South Africa is essential to improving food security, promoting economic growth, and will assist in reducing poverty. This being said, an increase in productivity alone will not reduce poverty. An increase in public and private investment, improved markets, as well as policies that will promote growth in the agricultural sector are vital for South Africa. Climate change also poses a real threat to food security in our country. According to the Bureau of Food and Agricultural Policy in 2012, agricultural share of formal sector employment had declined from 15% to 5% between 2000 and 2012, and the number of commercial farmers decreased from 100,000 to 37,000. According to the National Development Plan, South African farmers will need to increase output by 20% to meet food demand in 2030. Looking at the annual report, there are serious concerns. Public trust in government is at an all-time low, and underspending budget and the number of key performance indicators that aren't met further exacerbates this perception. One of the key focus areas dating back to when I was a councillor was the eradication of invasive alien species, such as the black wattles.
As I close.
One only needs to drive around Johannesburg to see the number of invasive species. The department must urgently ensure that jobs related to the removal of alien invasive species must urgently be addressed to not only meet the KPI targets for job creation, but the need to eradicate alien invasive species that is widely accepted as a major threat to livelihoods, economic development, and biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Your time is up. And next, the next person to come in is the Honourable MEC to respond to the debate. Honourable Hlophe.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, Madam Chair of Chairs. The Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment continues to service the people of Gauteng despite the sluggish economic growth and very high levels of unemployment in the country. The COVID-19 crisis resulted in the reduction of economic activity in South Africa, with many people losing their jobs. Consumer purchasing power has also been put under pressure since the implementation of the national lockdown, with restrictions that have threatened investor confidence in most sectors of the economy, such as agriculture, mostly role players in the agro-processing sector. Even with the lifting of the state national disaster by President Ramaphosa, the situation was further worsened by the increasing fuel prices and cost of borrowing, amongst others. South Africa is a food secure at national level. However, the country is still food insecure at household level, as not all households can access adequate food. In Gauteng, 3 million people, Madam Speaker, are under and experience severe hunger. This translates to 78,000 households. The food security programs are primarily aimed at alleviating hunger and poverty in the province through agricultural activities and targeting the most vulnerable, that being women, children, unemployed youth, and people living with disabilities. To this end, the department is establishing urban farming as a commercial practice of growing and raising food within the boundaries of the city, the town, and municipality where large-scale farming is less feasible or desirable than in rural areas. To date, a total of 4,130 substance producers were supported with production inputs and on and off farm infrastructure. 63% of the supported producers were women. The Ngoni Breed Livestock Farmer Development Program is still continuing, and a total of 12 participating farmers have been selected and provided with 30 pregnant heifers and a bull. 2 of the farmers enrolled early into the program and have been able to accordingly adhere to their contractual obligations and have paid back the 30 cows that they were given, which were then passed on to the next batch of identified new farmers. On transformation of our agricultural sector, Madam Speaker, it remains critical to note that to this end, the high market concentration characterized by few large dominant agriculture businesses and fragmented smallholder farmer base remains a challenge in the sector. To address the challenge, the department continues to implement commercialization programs, which is aimed at systematically leading the transformation of the agri-food value chains so that the sector is more inclusive and sustainable. 70 producers, of which 50 farmers and 20 agro-producers are currently being supported by the department over the period of 5 years through the commercialization program. Additionally, the department works with producers to ensure that all are able to produce audited financial statements and therefore account for their commercialization. Partnership with the private sector has been secured. Amongst these is our partnership with PepsiCo Cola for the development funding of farmers who will supply crops for processing. In addition, with ShopRite, who have been engaged to complement food security initiatives and provide access to market for farmers, the Land Bank, Industrial Corporation, and the Jobs Fund to assist farmers with access to production loans through a blended financing model. On our veterinary services, the department continues with its plans of strengthening the pathogen reduction programs, which aims to reduce the burden of disease and livestock population, as well as improving the levels of herd and flock immunity and productivity. Good biosecurity practices will ensure the reduction of diseases burden at farm level as well as at provincial level towards market access. There are still 4 open outbreaks in the province, and the Boschkop area and where the beef core feedlot is situated. Foot and mouth disease surveillance activities were undertaken in the 10-kilometer radius of the feedlot, and it was during this exercise that the disease was detected in one of the farms. Beef core feedlot is now fully vaccinated, and the process of slaughtering out will commence in the near future. The balance of the farms, which are commercial breeder and or stud farms, have been vaccinated and are yet to undergo a second round of vaccination since these animals will be retained for breeding. On agro-processing, the province is positioning itself to be an agro-processing and agri-food hub for the country and Africa. GDAD, therefore, is unlocking opportunities in various agri-food value chains, which includes partnerships and to support enterprises and grains, horticulture, and all food value chains. This will include enhancing trade in raw materials and strengthening export capabilities of finished products through local and integrated regional value chains, as well as continued value chains. Trade opportunities further includes the capital equipment and machinery, as well as human development opportunities for capacity and skills development, including quality assurance standards utilized in the sector for enhancing trade. Through the implementation of the agro-logistic chain program, which is aimed at assisting producers meet market access requirements, agro-processing activities were supported across the 5 priority value chains of beef, grains, poultry, vegetables, and piggery. 2 refrigerated trucks, as well as 1 truck for the delivery of maize meal, were allocated to entities in the poultry and maize meal farming chains. Smallholder farmers situated and were supported in Rusterwinter and Kalfontein with 2 mobile abattoirs for slaughtering to ensure that they comply to Meat Safety Act number 40 of 2000. The red meat mobile abattoirs are each capable of slaughtering 6 cattle per day. By March 2020, a total of 168 cattle were slaughtered and 25 permanent jobs and 26 contract jobs created. The red meat mobile abattoirs assisted 2 of our farms to generate income of 1.6 million in the period of September 2021 to March 2022. On climate change, our work continues to bring about unprecedented weather patterns that have been experienced across the country, more so recently with the flooding in various parts of the country. Madam Speaker, we cannot in any way underestimate the role that climate change has had within our province and also within our country at large. The Gauteng overall outcome, according to the projections confirmed by the South African long-term adaptation scenarios and South Africa's third national communication and South African Weather Services Climate Change Atlas, indicates that Gauteng is likely to be a hotter climate with higher temperatures and longer dry spells dominating the weather patterns. Intense rainfall events have also been projected and will lead to increasing runoff rather than infiltration. These also increase the risk of flash floods and erosion, placing pressure on stormwater infrastructure and affecting the agricultural practices. At the same time, due to its industrial nature, Gauteng's heavy dependence on carbon-intensive energy is immensely contributing to our national greenhouse gas emission profile. The impact of climate change has a negative impact on the already struggling economy of our country. Madam Speaker, 104 climate change related projects in the Climate Change Implementation Plan and Project Register have been recorded. 64% of the projections are mitigation-based projects and 21 are adaptation-based and 15% cross-cutting projects. The department compiled a greenhouse gas emissions profiling report using national data and data from the Gauteng Energy Outlook report that was compiled and championed by the Gauteng Energy Office and also our COGTA. The implementation of the Gauteng Symbiosis program resulted in the following resource savings. On GHG emissions reduction, that resulted in 2,243 tons. On landfill diversion, 3,493. The reduction in virgin resource use, 3,493. And 15 waste synergies were completed, resulting in 13 businesses assisted within the waste sector. The department is prioritizing several interventions on waste management that will promote waste minimization. These include the development and implementation of regulatory instruments in order to mandate waste minimization during waste separation at source, collaboration with producers in the extended producer responsibility scheme to ensure maximum recovery of recyclables and beneficiation. The department supports on a yearly basis waste enterprise buyback centers and cooperatives with recycling equipment. The Gauteng Waste Information System recorded an 11.85% diversion in the 2021-2022 financial year. Noted of our key achievements is the significant contribution to the provincial and national growth domestic product by easing the cost of doing business in the province by reducing the issuance of environmental impact assessment applications from 107 days legislated timeframe to 30 days, and that is done within this province. Business cases with financial models finalized with support from the University of Johannesburg for the commercialization of 5 buyback centers. The department's Green Scorpions continue to undertake covert surveillance operations for crime activities such as illegal possession, trading, selling of endangered species. The department received administrative fines of an amount of just over 5.7 million from offenders seeking rectification. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, we note all comments made and commit ourselves to increasing on the current administrative and financial performance of the department. As mandated by the Premier, the department will be heightening its work in terms of food security and further greening and cleaning our teach communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Allow me to present the oversight report on the departmental annual report for the 2021-2022 financial year as follows. And please consider parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. Starting with the executive summary, The Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development presents its annual oversight report on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2021-22 financial year. The department for the 2021-22 financial year reporting period spent 944.7 million of its 1.044 billion adjusted budget, which is equivalent to 90.4% of its allocation. The administration program utilized 97.8% of its budget and falls within the accepted range of plus minus 3% of budget use. Both the agriculture and rural development as well as environmental affairs programs underspent and utilized 83.6% and 93.9% of their budgets respectively. The committee noted that the year under review was characterized by stunned economic growth as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and associated lockdown levels, which brought about mobility restrictions that stifled economic activity. The July unrest put a damper on the country's economy in the third quarter, reversing economic gains made in the first half of 2021. The department further reported that the underspending was attributed to slow spending in goods and services that relate to the COVID-19 pandemic interruptions, comprehensive agricultural support program, and Letsema business plans, which were only approved in June. The committee continues to further note with concern that most of department's tenders were non-responsive and needed to be re-advertised, which caused delay in service delivery. Although the Auditor General's overall audit outcome of the department indicated a satisfactory performance, the office still raised concern about internal control deficiencies and as a result identified a material misstatement and non-compliance with key laws and regulations. Furthermore, the department is a defendant in various lawsuits amounting to 146.9 million, whose outcome of the matters cannot be determined. Excuse me. The committee continues to note that the infrastructure development management system and its associated supply management processes still pose challenges to the department and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects. Further to this, the pandemic that the country had to deal with posed challenges with its associated lockdown levels that minimized interactions between people and therefore subdued economic activity. The department battled with the outbreak of livestock diseases in the form of African swine fever, the foot and mouth disease, avian influenza, and rabies, which affected mostly small livestock farmers. It is important that biosecurity measures for these farmers are improved so as to reduce the risk of economic impact for livestock farmers in the province. On the oversight on public involvement, and I repeat, in line with its public participation mandate, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the Portfolio Committee invited stakeholders to their meetings, mainly to present their submissions and to observe committee proceedings, and no submissions were received. Through other public engagements held throughout the year under review, the following challenges have been raised by stakeholders: the lack of support for farming activities in the province, the drought and the water challenges and shortages, the poor quality of infrastructure development, especially poultry structures, lack of opportunities for emerging farmers are created to gain access into formal markets, lack of accessibility of tractors to farmers, the lack of proper housing for farmers, lack of mentorship and development for emerging farmers, lack of access to tools, tractors, inputs, and machinery, lack of land ownership, as well as delays in the granting of lease agreements for agricultural purposes by municipalities. Stakeholders also urge the department to empower extension officers through further training and capacity building workshops on all commodities. The committee acknowledges that the department responded to the submissions by acknowledging matters raised and committed to addressing the issues. Furthermore, the committee, in its continuous role of overseeing the department's performance, will ensure that the department makes progress on the issues raised. On committee findings, recommendations, and concerns, The committee is concerned about the inability by the department to implement recommendations by the Auditor General on irregular expenditure. It's also concerned about the lack of improvement on spending the allocated budget. As a result, there is continuous underperformance and non-achievement of planned targets. The IDMS system and its associated ICM processes that will pose challenges and has led to delays in delivery of infrastructure projects and non-responsiveness to tenders, which affects service delivery. The inability to create requisite work opportunities in relation to the TEPO 1 million program. The lack of support for smallholder farmers regarding extension and advisory services, access to markets and skills development prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. The lack of spending on the conditional grants on the agricultural industry, and the slow pace in the delivery of lease agreements for farmland by municipalities. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends as follows, and all these submissions should be responded to by the 31st of January 2023. One, that the department should provide corrective measures in place to avoid audit findings on irregular expenditure, and the department should provide monitoring and evaluation reports quarterly on the progress of how planned targets are achieved and the budget is spent on the planned projects. They must also provide a progress report on the backlog faced with the establishment of infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS system and its associated ICM processes. They must provide the committee with a comprehensive report on how creation of work opportunities will be implemented in the current financial year in respect of the TEPO 1 million program. The report should include timeframes to achieve the planned targets, the budget implications, which regions will be targeted, and the scope of work post-COVID-19 setback. They must also provide the committee with a comprehensive report with timelines on how the target to support smallholder farmers with extension and advisory services, skills development, and access to markets will be achieved in the current financial year. They must provide the committee with a detailed report on how the allocated funds on the conditional grants will be utilized to support the agricultural sector. They must further provide the committee with evidence of lease agreements drawn up between farmers and municipalities where applicable. And they must provide the committee with a comprehensive report that includes a list of identified land for agricultural production, land to be rehabilitated, and the criteria to be used to assist smallholder farmers to gain access to land. Finally, they must provide the committee with a detailed plan on enhancing functionality of subsistence smallholder, women and youth farmers. The plan must include how the department plans to provide smallholder farmers with sufficient support to enhance marketing of their produce. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC for Social Development and Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Mbali Sope, the head of the department, and all members of the Portfolio Committee for their commitment to their mandate. The gratitude further goes to all members who support the committee in terms of administration. In adopting the report, after due consideration, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's Annual Performance Report for the 2021-22 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Report for the 2021-2022 financial year for adoption. I thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kekana. Is there any seconder to the adoption of the report? Honorable Kanyile?
Yes, Chair. I rise to second the adoption of the report.
Thank you very much. And I'll put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The yes have it. We'll now move to Honorable Skiman, who will also present the report. of the committee. You want to call it? Yes. Okay. Secretary, please read the order. The next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Transport Logistic Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the Gautrain Rapid Link Expansion Project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Skiman, you can present the committee's report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The committee, and I wish to ask that those parts of the report not read be taken as read. The committee noted that the Gautrain extension project was proposed to be divided into 5 phases, wherein phase 1 of the extension is proposed to commence in Little Falls through to Cosmo City, then through to Randburg, to Sandton, and ends in Marlborough. This phase was initiated in October 2018 and gazetted in May 2022. The other phases, which are phases 2 to 5, are to cater for the Lanseria Airport in the west, Jabulani and Soweto in the south, Boksburg in the east, and Mamelodi, as well as the four-ways Sunninghill Olivenhout-Bush line. After receiving the presentation from the Gautrain on the approved extension phase 1, the committee, stakeholders and residents of possible areas to be affected by extension phase 1 raised several concerns, and these included, amongst others, whether the proposed routes will cater for the majority of people of Gauteng, the linkage between the proposed routes and other modes of public transport, the stakeholder consultation process in determining the routes, the proposed financial expenditure to construct the new routes, the likely land and house expropriation where the proposed route will run through, and its impact to existing essential services and schools, business sectors, and current job opportunities. The committee noted that according to the Gautrain Management Agency, the proposed phase 1 extension followed the due process as prescribed in Section 6 of the Gauteng Transport Infrastructure Act, and the following stages were carried out in this order. The MEC of Roads and Transport initiated a preliminary route and proposed alignment. Environmental investigation and stakeholder engagement were undertaken by the Gautrain Management Agency. The MEC considered reports and comments and appointed a commission for public inquiry. Publication of notice of issues referred to the commission was undertaken and a public inquiry was conducted. The MEC considered the commission's report. The MEC determined the routes, and the extension phase 1 route was gazetted in May 2022. The Gautrain Management Agency has been mandated to undertake a preliminary design process and have agreed to consider all stakeholder submissions in the process. The committee noted that the department and the Gautrain Management Agency have up to this far followed the above-mentioned processes in relation to extension phase 1. However, the committee will advise the entity to prioritise stakeholder submissions during the preliminary design stage and ensure that such a design of the system will be able to address the concerns raised by the committee and stakeholders in relation to integration of public transport. The committee recommends that the department and the Gautrain Management Agency should, by the 3rd of February 2023, provide the committee with a detailed report on the following. 1. Stakeholder submissions received through stakeholder facilitation processes and intervention measures to ensure inputs are considered in the preliminary design of extension phase 1. And 2. Progress made in the development of the preliminary design, allocated budget and expenditure incurred for the process. At this stage, I'd like to express appreciation to all members of the committee for their commitment to this process, as well as to the MEC for Transport and Logistics, the CEO of GMA, the residents from Sharon Lee and rail experts for their cooperation during the FIS process. I'd also like to express appreciation and thanks to the committee support team for their work during this process as well. In terms of Rule 165, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's Focused Intervention Study report on the Gautrain Rapid Rail Link Expansion Project, taking into account the comments and recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Skiman. Any seconder to the adoption of the report?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes. All those not in favour say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Oh. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Transport and Logistic Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the assessment of the 5-year implementation plan of the Integrated Transport Master Plan of 25 years, TMPF 25. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Skiman, please present the report, the FIS report of the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The parts of the report not read, I'd ask to be taken as read. As part of its oversight work over the Department of Roads and Transport, the committee noted that the department encountered several challenges in the 2020-21 financial year, and these were mainly attributed to COVID-19, which engulfed the country at the beginning of 2020. In consideration of the annual report of 2020-21, the committee raised several concerns and tabled recommendations that should be addressed by the department. Amongst others, the committee noted with concern that there is a delay in the development and implementation of integrated fare management system. The committee also noted with concern that the department was not providing reports on the assessment report on the 5-year Gauteng transport implementation of the Integrated Transport Master Plan 25. Based on the above-mentioned concerns, the committee identified the assessment of the 5-year implementation plan of the ITMP 25 to make an in-depth investigation on the matter through a focus intervention study to assist the department to fast-track the implementation of such initiatives. According to the department, the Gauteng Integrated Transport Master Plan 25, or ITMP 25, was launched in 2013 with an aim to regulate, plan and develop an efficient and integrated transport system that serves the public interest. Based on the ITMP 25, the department also developed the 5-year Gauteng Transport Implementation Plan, which was aimed at fast-tracking the implementation of certain urgent initiatives and projects. Based on the above, the committee noted that a number of key initiatives and areas of concern were identified to be implemented in the short to medium term, and these include, amongst others, the establishment of the Transport Authority for Gauteng, a provincial-wide public transport information centre, the One Province, One Ticket system, the integration with the Commuter Rail Corridor Modernisation Project of PRASA, access to major freight nodes, restructured subsidised road-based public transport, transformation of the taxi industry, greener public transport vehicles, vehicle technologies, and travel demand management, less congestion and shorter travel times. Based on the above, on progress made by the department, the committee noted that the department was able to achieve some of the planned targets, and this included the establishment of the TAG, or Transport Authority for Gauteng, and continued operation and management of the Gautrain and concessionaire agreement. However, the committee also noted that the department was experiencing challenges in the implementation of certain projects due to delays in procurement processes, as well as court interdicts, and these included the implementation of the Transport Management Centre and access roads to freight hubs, e.g. the K148 Tambo Springs. Furthermore, the committee noted that there is a gap in intergovernmental relations, working relations with municipalities, in terms of commitment to continue implementing projects within the ITMP 25, as most of the projects identified with municipalities were experiencing delays. The committee noted that the implementation of the ITMP 25 will require consistent commitment and revival of intergovernmental relations with all government partners who are affected in the implementation of the plan. The committee further noted that through TAG, the department will be embarking on the review of the current ITMP 25 from the current financial year, and hopefully this process will provide a platform for renewed commitment by all partners involved in the implementation of the plan. The committee recommends that the department and the TAG should, by the 3rd of February 2023, provide the committee with a detailed report on the following. 1. Progress made in the implementation of the 5-year implementation of the ITMP 25, and 2. Status of the MOU, MOA reached with municipalities and the National Department of Transport in the implementation of the ITMP 25. Again, I'd like to express appreciation to all members of the Portfolio Committee for their participation in this process. We'd also like to express appreciation to the MEC for Transport and Logistics, as well as the CEO of the TAG and officials from the department for their cooperation and participation in the FIS process. I'd also like to express our appreciation to the committee support team for their support and work during this process. In terms of Rule 165, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's focused intervention study report on the assessment of the 5-year implementation plan of the ITMP 25, taking into account the comments and recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Skiman. Any seconder to the presentation of the FIS report? Honourable Mukhale.
Second.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mukhale, and also thank you very much, Honourable Malema. That brings us to the end of the business of today. And in terms of in terms of the next meeting, we are meeting tomorrow, the 2nd of December at 10 o'clock sharp. Please log in or be present in the House. Thank you very much. Okay, we must come back, all of us, to M17. Thank you very much, honourable members.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Honourable.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Mama Bolo. Thank you, sir. Let me acknowledge you properly. Honourable Deputy Speaker. Okay. Ndimkhulu namhlanje ndiphethe kaloku. Thank you very much, honourable members.
Mm.